Hello. Anybody? I can't hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh,
Oh, I'm using a different headset today so that I'm not wired to my computer. So I can take care of the puppy when I need to.
how is the
She's doing good. She's crying a lot today, but she was also very active in playing earlier. It's just getting used to a new home and not having other puppies around her. Basically. Actually, I have it. I know, right? You got a
puppies that
in
Discord?
the puppy channel. I got a little. My wife ordered a toy that's like a plushy dog. That's like a little bit bigger than our puppy,
Oh,
and it has a little device inside that mimics the heartbeat, so the puppy can cuddle on it and feel like it has a friend. So I just turned that on to see if that will keep the puppy calm for a while. It doesn't even have a name yet.
What?
I was just saying my puppy doesn't have a name yet.
no name yet?
We're gonna name her tonight. We're waiting until we get to know her personality a little bit.
My dogs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a puffball.
Dogs are good.
So I'm using a different headset today, Alan, in case you're having trouble hearing me, so that I'm not wired to my computer and I can move around.
That's fair.
I'm on my phone with a Bluetooth.
Ah, okay. I use a wireless headset for that exact reason, because sometimes I'm not really doing much. So, however, this session I'm going to be doing a lot. So, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I don't like any of that.
I guess I should log in. And the puppy's also teething now, so all of the things.
You guys might make my friend Jay, Demonic Trash Can, the server, very happy.
You've been telling him about what you have planned for us?
No, he made one of the maps that we might be using today, and it is
Okay.
fucking incredible. He really went wild with it. He made some good stuff. And he would really, I'm sure he would love to see people use it. Exactly. That's effectively it. Yeah. That's the question. Do you choose the right path?
Do we
Not the
go
left one.
to Batkinson or do we go to the Wild?
Ooh. Oh boy. You got a lot of gold, that's for sure. Yeah. Well, a lot of platinum specifically, but you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are our Canadian friends?
Happened. Character sheet looks weird. Oh, did we get like a new layout for our character sheet?
I didn't set a new one.
Gold is at the currency is at the top of the item
updated.
inventory list instead of on the left side.
Oh.
Yeah, and the weight's at the
And the weight's at the bottom. And I have a floating point error. I have a floating point error on my weight calculation because it says that it is I'm carrying 105.0399999999.
Oh man,
the
classic.
That's 100.
No, it's in the decimal. It's just continuous.
Yeah, well, yeah, I am carrying just over 100 pounds, 105 pounds.
Yeah, I see it too. 105 points. Oh, I love that.
My maximum carry weight is supposed to be.
Hello.
What? That's a good question. What is? I remember looking it up when I made characters.
That's a very precise weight. I'm so curious if that's coming from something else. I don't see it. That's funny. Strength, I like that.
Yeah. Strength multiplied by 15 is carrying capacity. So I am at 2/3 of my total capacity by carrying 105 pounds. Everything is. I have a low strength. My strength is 10.
Yeah, well, the idea of carrying capacity is effectively along the lines of what can you carry in a backpack and other bags on your body and stuff like that.
Yeah, this isn't deadlifting.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
It's cumulative junk.
You'll find that people get a lot of junk over time, especially in D&D.
So, Tinker Tools is 10 pounds. A coil of rope is 10 pounds. I guess if I got a silk rope, that would make a big difference, which we can afford now. I have climbing tools, including the grappling hook and pythons, and I have multiple torches. I don't know why. I should probably just get rid of those. It was all starting equipment that I just logged on my character sheet, and it had weight associated with it.
All right, are we ready to begin?
I suppose.
All right, excellent. So, last we left off, we did the flame trials with Topper, who managed to successfully and almost flawlessly make it through the trials and become one of the Flame Guard. And the camp would be appreciative if he came back and claimed his robes and went through the ceremony kind of proper. It's a small thing. It's just hey, welcome to the Flame Guard. Here's your outfit. Go do your thing. And after you all left, you decided to go take care, quote, take care of the bounty that is on Sonura's head for 2,000 gold by just bringing her directly to Idar. And what ensued was an interesting interaction. Just you definitely didn't die, that's for sure. You might have lost some good karma, but you definitely didn't die, that's for sure. All right. And after that conversation, you effectively get the idea that Idar didn't really want necessarily to kill you, but mostly to, from what you kind of gather, kind of size you up and see how much of a threat you are. Even though, at least by what you know about him and his past, it might be in his best interest to kill you, but you're not entirely sure. And when we left off, Sonura left out through the doors, met up with all of you. You got paid, and that's where we're picking up from.
And Sonura got some goblet or something.
She got a goblet, correct.
Tiny silver.
Indeed, you did. So, what would you like to do?
Well, I mean, by now my ceremonial robes will be ready, so stopping back by the Flame Guard camp is probably expected. I mean, they're waiting for me, right? Or I mean, that's not really waiting, but they're expecting me to come back sometime soon.
Yeah, they're expecting you to come back eventually, but they didn't really seem to kind of put a rush order on anything. Yeah,
but I mean, we spent what, 4 days getting to Idar, and then we'll take at least 2 or 3 to get back.
Around there. Also, actually, before we officially begin, there's a couple of point of orders I need to get done. That's right. So one, in regards to spell casting, I did some looking up into the rules in regards to casting 2 spells in a turn, and it turns out you were correct about not casting 2 spells in a turn, but like mildly incorrect. Because the way a spell casting works is that you can cast 2 spells in a turn if one of them is a cantrip. So say, for example, if you wanted to cast Healing Word, the other spell that you cast, if you wanted to cast a second spell, would need to be a cantrip.
Right, so...
And on top of that...
Healing Word is not a cantrip, right?
That is not a cantrip. That is a level 1 spell. And on that note... So on that note, I also want to add a quick little homebrew exception to that. All right? Which is that So, Topper, under normal spellcasting conditions, you're held under the same restriction, right?
Understood.
But if you are using Quicken Spell, I will allow you to circumvent that.
Okay, that was one of my follow-up questions, because that seems to pretty severely cripple Quicken Spell.
Right. Yeah, if it's just like, I'm going to Quicken Spell Fireball! And I guess a Firebolt afterwards, I suppose. Like,
yeah.
So if you use Quicken Spell, I will let you cast 2 spells like that. If you're not using Quicken Spell, then you will have to follow the normal rules.
So, can we say for clarity purposes that Quicken Spell makes a spell count as a bonus action and a cantrip, but it still uses the regular spell slot?
Yeah.
That it would?
I don't want to say it's a cantrip, because for the sake of your wild magic, it is not a
Oh,
cantrip.
yeah. Okay. I guess there's other repercussions to that. Okay.
Yeah, you just have to add
like
a footnote to Quicken spell that just says Alan's personal ruling or something says that this can circumvent the limit on spells cast.
Okay.
And also, I've been given all of you kind of a what's the word I'm looking for? A way to kind of gauge how fast you travel, right? So say like either fast speed, normal speed, or stealth speed. I decided to kind of redo that because I was thinking about it a lot, and I think with your approval, I think the way I want to change it to is that the fast option is gone. So there's so you can either go normal or slow, and the slow it only takes 50% extra time, not double the amount of time. So say if it's a 3-day trip, it would only take 4.5 days if you go slow. But then the option for running the entire way there, because I'm not going to give you the option to just sprint the entire time.
Yeah, that's exhausting.
Yeah.
In older rule sets, that was called forced march, and there were other like physical limitations to like you actually like had reduced maximum hit points during the forced march and stuff like that. But that sounds complicated. I don't expect you to implement that.
Right. Yeah. So that's I'm considering in the future making travel a little bit more involved. There's a couple of things I'm kind of thinking about in regards to rules. I'm not going to implement a lot of them this time. I'm going to test some of them, and we'll see if you guys like it or not. And also another point of order I forgot to mention last time. While you are traveling around, this is a little RP thing to note. Mina has been cooking for you the whole time.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, so because Mina does have proficiency with cooking utensils and stuff like that, so she has been cooking for you the whole time, and she effectively kind of has these special rations that I introduced to you last time that she has available each day.
Cool.
So say if someone's hurt after combat, you can try asking her, like, hey, do you have one of those fortifying rations? Or she might be like, oh, yeah, I got one of them here, instead of using a health potion right away, you know?
Okay. So she can prepare those ahead of time, and they last for a day, but they have to be used the day she makes them.
Yes, they have to be used the day she makes them, because otherwise they spoil. And I have a list for her that she can pull from in regards to what she can make. So one heals you. That's invigorated potion. That's right. Fortifying gives you advantage on physical checks, or at least one physical check. One removes blind, deafened, poisoned, and or removes the level of exhaustion. And then like the last one is like you can use it during a short rest, and you get advantage on hit dice that you expend for a short rest. So those are her options. So if you have like a request, you can try asking her like during long rest, like, hey, can you prepare this or that, right? Because otherwise she will effectively always prepare a fortifying ration and an invigorating ration.
Cool. Yeah,
which is effectively bad health potion or meh health potion, and you get advantage on ability checks and saving throws for a physical ability score.
Those seem like pretty good ones.
Yeah, they're good, but otherwise, so she'll have those on her by default, like one of each per day. That you can just try to ask her for, and she might bring it up to you if you forget. But like if you want one of the other ones, you'd have to ask her.
So does that stack with anything like bless or guidance or?
Yes, because it specifically gives you advantage on ability checks and saving throws with that chosen ability score.
Okay.
I have written here: upon consumption, a creature chooses either strength, dexterity, or constitution, and gains advantage on all ability checks or saving throws with that chosen ability score for 1 minute.
Okay.
So, I think that's really all the points of order that I kind of have to bring up here. Because I was thinking about the reason I'm working on revising traveling rules is because if you guys go to the wild, I need to really enforce traveling when you're walking around in there. So yeah, that's the deal. So I think that's it for point of orders, unless people have questions.
I do have a minor question with something I noticed, and you haven't pulled up the area map that we used when we first landed in the Underdark in a while.
Yes.
But I did notice that the scale for that map didn't match the combat grid. Like when we were doing combat, we could clearly move from our start point to Liberty within a couple rounds if we kept that on, and then later you told us it was over a day travel. So
so the whole kind of reasoning behind that is mostly a lot of that is suspensive disbelief. I'm working on.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm working on like an overworld map because the idea of what I'm going to try to do moving forward in the future is that instead of one giant map that's difficult to move around in and kind of find yourself, I want to. I asked my friend to help me with this. Kind of get an overworld map or an underworld map, I guess. That has a bunch of locations, and if you all start an encounter, I just go to an encounter map that I have set.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's a much better setup because then you're separating the tactical map from the location.
Yeah, like say I think last time I put too much effort into the Exalia map because I thought about like why did I make a grid map for a place where generally people aren't really going to fight? Unless they suddenly go hostile against the Flame Guard, but that's not going to be a long combat round. But yeah, so that's effectively the kind of the gist there. I'm going to start using kind of like for any encounters, encounter maps for that, and we're going to start relying a bit more on theater of the mind more than say like, oh, I'm going to make say the map for Liberty. I think I don't think that was super necessary considering like we could just use theater of the mind for stuff like that. So yeah.
It's a playstyle preference. So
well, it's mostly it's mostly an effort thing for me, right?
Yeah. That was my second point. Spend your energy on places that will actually add to the game, and not just make one scenario look a little bit nicer.
Right. Yeah. So I want my map making effort to instead of going into cities and camps, go into actual battle encounters and etc. Because that's the part where it's like, all right, now you actually have pieces that you have to move.
Cool.
So yeah. Anything else? Okay, so you're all outside the door that Sonora just came through. You got a bunch of platinum. Currently, you're being stared down by the individual who her name is Molly. I don't think you ever learned the guy behind the desk's name, but he kept getting whacked in the head. So yeah, you're just kind of hanging out in this like little reception office. You just got a bunch of platinum. Mina is currently at Hot Buns and Baked Goods.
Oh yeah.
Just a friendly reminder, so you don't just leave town without her. What would everybody like to do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are y'all leaving then?
Yeah, let's leave this place and
all right.
do a pickup.
I need people to talk. Like
what?
Because I think some of y'all might have noticed I try not to be super hands-on. I try not to kind of whisk you in a direction. I would prefer someone say, "And we're off," and then I take the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
We're off.
I know that I talk a lot, and I try not to make decisions for the party without everyone agreeing with me. So that's why I'm also trying not to be basically saying let's just go. You know what I mean?
A really good way to do that is to ask other like random characters in character, just like
that's a good
what
point.
now? Like try to there's nothing wrong with doing it in in character. You know what I mean? And just kind of like, so say for example, everyone just got the platinum, and then you kind of looks like, so I guess let's get out of here and go get Mina or something.
All right.
So as you kind of leave this little receptionist area. All right. The doors close behind you as you're now in this big hall. Can I get everybody to make me a perception check? Oh, all right. And Cole, I need one.
Stellar, as usual.
Okay.
Used all my good rolls last time.
All right. All right. Sonura, Lena, and Cole, while walking through this hall, you kind of see on a bench against the right wall as you're leaving, you see the good old goddess of time, Savaran, just kind of sitting there.
Still
Nope.
in there?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. I cover that side of my face and keep walking.
Nope.
Yeah, she's just kind of chilling there. Looks like she's reading something.
I mean, Sonura, you could ask for replacement goggles if you need to, but we're not talking to her.
Okay, well, I will approach.
Okay.
Hey, so funny bumping into you here.
And then she kind of like closed the book and she's like, yeah, do me a favor. Next time, don't die and make me go back and fix it. I had to send in a distraction, and that was not fun.
That was you.
Not me, but
Right.
some unfortunate soul.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Please, when you're talking to people who can squish you, don't be as sassy. I love sassy. Let me get this straight. I love how sassy you are, but there's some people you probably should not be that sassy to.
I wasn't trying. He kind of pushed me into a.
He squeezed the sassy out.
Well, that's all I wanted to say. Good job not dying. That's great.
The second time.
And the second time, yep. Good job not dying the second time. That's great. That's awesome. Yeah, act natural. And then she just disappears.
Wait.
And then shortly after she disappears, your vision goes orange again, and you see an eye from the center of the room now looking at you.
Eye from the.
An orange eye. So Edar's looking at you.
Give like a brief wave, like.
You're waving at him?
I mean, I'm still in his hall, right?
You are still in his hall. I just want to make sure. So you're acknowledging it exists?
Wait, is this like a physical eye that's in the hall, or is he using my eyes to look?
He's using like the eye powers that both of you have to look at you again.
Look at me, or use them to look my eyes to see my eyes?
No, he's using them to look at you
Gotcha.
from like that
You're
astral
seeing through his
projection.
eyes.
Like
You're
that
seeing through his
scry
eyes.
spell.
Got it, okay.
That scry spell kind of thing. You're seeing through his eyes. Yeah. So I want to ask you again. You're acknowledging this?
mean, well, I acknowledged him.
Did you?
Yeah.
When? When he used it?
Back when, like, last session. Letting him know that, like,
I'm assuming because we all kept walking that Sonura's behind us, having stopped to talk, right?
Yeah. You see that she stopped, and you see who she was talking to, etc. But just to be clear, right? So you have never interacted directly when he uses it. You've only interacted when you have used it.
Oh, okay. Then no,
he doesn't know you can see what he sees.
Okay, yeah, like that's why I really want to be clear.
Okay, yeah, no, I got really confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. You're good.
Thank you for reminding her on that. I was trying to figure out an in-game way to avoid that problem.
Oh no, that's something that she would just know, right? Because I have explained kind of like through characters that he might not know that you can see through his eyes yet, and that might be a tactical advantage that you want to use. And I think the Elder actually even stated, don't tell him you can do that. So, as far as you know, he does not know that you can see through his eyes. So now you act natural, as Severin said.
Pause in my catch up to the. Oh, puppy.
Sorry.
Okay.
She was peeing, and I tried to pick her up.
Oh, okay. Do you have to clean up a mess now?
I'm fine. It's not that big.
Okay.
Working on it.
Oh, little puppy.
All right. So yeah, you managed to. So you just walk away.
Yeah, I just like kind of like catch up to the. Maybe act natural, I guess.
Yeah, just act natural. Sure.
Head with the group back to the.
To hot buns and baked goods.
So specific.
Hot bun.
And baked goods. What do they sell there?
They sell hot buns and baked
Fresh
goods.
produce.
All right, so you all, as you kind of go out the door, by the way, Vision stops, so he's no longer looking at you.
Never gonna get.
It really shouldn't. And now you are all outside the palace.
Yep, that's what we're doing.
All right, let's
do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
The bun store.
To hot buns and baked goods.
Goods.
Yep. After walking for about 10, 15 minutes or so, you managed to find it. You probably had to stop and ask an NPC for directions, right? And then they'd say, oh, yeah, she's right over there. And you come across a familiar storefront of hot buns and baked goods. You walk past the guard who's at the door, who's very familiar. You saw him there last time. He even recognizes you, kind of gives you a nod as you kind of walk in. You walk in, you see the old woman, and you're looking around, and Mina's not here.
The old lady there, though?
She's there. The old lady's there.
I'll approach the old lady and ask her if she's seen our friend.
So, what are you saying to her exactly?
Pardon me, old woman.
Yes?
A friend of ours was going to meet us here. Did you happen to see a young human woman?
She kind of like looks around. There's like two human womans in the store. Looks back at you. I need you to be more specific.
What does our human woman look like?
One moment. Allow me.
He's a human with soft skin.
This is what she looks like.
Last blonde hair.
It's Lily Sobowski or whatever her name is.
Sobieski.
That's what she looks like.
True.
About yay high, blonde hair, round of
Mhm.
the eyes.
She's equipped as she's an adventurer like us.
Oh, I haven't seen anyone like that. Now let's roll some dice for Mina. Because she decided to make a few stops.
Ah,
Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on, wait. I gotta get notes. 1 second. Bear with me for a minute. She rolled on my random NPC table. Okay. Wait, that's sick. Oh, wait, I love this NPC. All right, hold on. All right, Mina, persuasion check. Holy shit, you're a god! That was a fucking 18! What a mad lass! All right. So you're talking to this old woman, right? She hasn't seen anyone that matches Mina's description or anything. But at some point, you kind of hear the door open. You turn around, and there she is.
young
Going to
lady, where have you
stomp
been?
over
We've
to
been
her.
worried sick.
Go ahead, sorry.
Said, young lady, where have you been? We've been worried sick.
I'm gonna stomp
I
over
have
to
a
her and
high-pitched
grab her
voice when I'm angry.
shoulders.
Young lady, where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Oh yeah, your high pitched voice.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Oh Lord! All right, and then she's gonna kind of look a little bit nervous and be like, I wanted to be helpful and ask around for information, and I ran into her, and then immediately through the door, you kind of see this like 6'5" dragonborn woman. She's wearing blue robes, and she only has one arm, and she has bronze scales with brown eyes. And she kind of looks at all of you and says, "Are all of you in charge of her?" She kind of looks like a little nervous. She's like, I just asked her a question. I didn't. And then like the dragon woman will kind of like step up and say, she did nothing wrong. She told me you were looking for a building of red stone. For some context, for those who may have forgotten, 2 sessions ago, during session 7, Sonura got a vision of different reagents that were hiding in the Underdark. One of them was hidden inside of a hallway made of red stone.
Hold on, I'm going to disconnect and reconnect. I got some headset issues.
Wait, Sonura's been getting visions? When did this start? Just kidding.
Well, it's her scrying stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back. Give him a second.
Am I on? Okay, my headset got fixed.
All right, you're back.
Okay, yeah. Hold on, I have notes on this too.
Good.
I remember the red brick wall. Let me find my notes.
For those who
Find
might
reagent. Brick room with purple leaves, skeleton room with red mushrooms and yellow spots, and a twig in a mysterious realm.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I didn't write down that they were red bricks, but
It was redstone. Yep, it was redstone.
okay.
Not bricks in the way that you are normally used to seeing in real life, but they are giant kind of redstone slabs kind of resting on top of each other.
Okay. Like flagstone.
Yeah. So, anyway, so now she's at this Dragonborn woman's now saying, apparently you're looking for a building made of redstone. Why?
Because it's very in the
let's find a more discreet place to talk about this.
Fair enough. And then she'll kind of like walk outside the store and kind of wait out there for a little bit.
Okay. Well, I don't know if anywhere in this is going to be discreet enough for our purposes, but what do you guys think?
Because she was in the tent with you.
I mean, she heard everything we heard. If I have notes on it, I guess.
Right, yeah. You relayed the information to the elder, so Mina also heard it.
I mean, we definitely have to have a talk with Mina after all of this to talk about revealing information and in discreet ways. But we shouldn't blow off this character who potentially knows about that red brick building. How do we approach it, though?
I meant like where to talk to her.
Yeah. A private room at a boarding house would probably be the best course of action if we can't get her to leave this. But even just like in the tunnels outside is probably just
to be
clear, as bad as on the street. Just
to be clear, Vyth is the country, Idar is the city.
Sorry, I'm Idar. That's what.
Idaria, yeah, Idaria is the city. Yeah.
Alan, can you put those maps inside our handouts?
What was that?
Can you put those maps in our handouts? Like, we've been cycling through maps and stuff. Like, we're looking at right now. We're just looking at the camp map, but
yeah,
like, you can actually import those JPEGs or whatever the actual files are as like handouts inside the handout organizer. Just so we can.
I think he's going to do that when he has the overworld map.
Right. Yeah. I still need to get the overworld map. That's something I'm going to be talking to my buddy about today, because me and him kind of had a conversation with the general format, but we haven't really gotten to actually drawing it out yet. Mostly because we're still in like talks about what to actually include, because there's some locations in the Underdark that none of you have visited yet or are aware of. So we're kind of talking about how to include those and how to easily kind of convey that information. So I don't have that map yet. But yeah, no, I will in the future put more effort into kind of making better handouts, so that way y'all have better access to information.
Well, I mean, just like, I know you've got them as all like you had been using some before. It just makes it quicker to reference that, going where would we like to go, or like maybe where does Cole want to go or whatever. Then I'd be like, okay,
so
we go to Dougie Town or whatever.
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you, in regards to a map, I don't have like a good map for like things like the region, mostly because honestly, this is like just a bad excuse on my part. I've always been bad about making maps, always. So say like the regional map, I relied a lot on Demonic Trash Can for help on that, because I prefer the writing part. But I can do with your group what I did for the Cohen's Legacy group, which is effectively have like a pinned post or like a handout given to everyone that's like a quest log of sorts. of relevant information in a journal to kind of help you out with that. But I will get an overworld map done at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a map. It's just some point of reference in case I'm like, otherwise I've got to go through my email and stuff and go, okay, well, because I know you sent us some information at some point. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. I'll make a note of that and I'll work towards that.
All right. Anyway, so I guess we don't want to lose this lead, despite how dangerous it was to get in the first place. So let's see if we can get a private room at a boarding house to have this talk, or I guess any establishment that offers private rooms. I don't know if there's like a high-end pub or something that we could book a room in either. You know what I mean? But a local might know.
If there's a
You remember that there was the Drunken Miners, which was a tavern and inn that you went to previously that has good rat.
Okay.
They had pretty good rat. And you know where it is, so.
Let's go there. What do you guys say?
Okay.
We can have a good ale and down and talk.
Yeah.
Kind Dragonborn.
You said it was a female dragonborn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll head out to the street to talk to her. Is everybody coming with me?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So you kind of meet her out there, and she kind of gives you a nod and is kind of waiting for you to lead the way.
Okay.
I would say you probably remember where the Drunken Miners is. So you kind of make your way over there. It's a few minutes walk, but you're able to get there eventually. And you kind of walk into the tavern. It's not too busy. It's kind of midday currently, so there's not really a lot of people here.
Okay. All right. Is there a section of the common room that is far enough away from other groups of people to avoid being overheard, or should we try to get a private room?
It's a pretty large common room, and there's kind of like a big table off in the corner that looks like it's often grabbed by people who want kind of like a meeting place of sorts that's kind of far off from everywhere else.
It's really close to the toilets,
All right.
so it kind of smells bad.
All right, I'm gonna be using my active. My perception is terrible, but I'll use it anyway to keep an eye out for anybody who might be close enough to listen in on our conversation while we're discussing this.
Okay.
So that's the same as the passive perception. Everything is fine. Okay. So I'll start off by saying, thank you for coming out of your way to talk to us about all of this. I understand your suspicion. There is obviously a lot going on, and I don't know how much Mina told you what we're looking for.
I don't really know anything that's going on. She just I just saw her talking to random people and kind of asking just like, excuse me, do you know of a building made of red stone? No? Okay. Do you know of a building of red stone? And I walk up and I say, why? And then she starts having a panic attack and then says, I don't want to tell you, and then leaves me to you.
That sounds
Be
like
deadpan staring at Mina the entire time.
Yeah, seriously, we're all giving her the stink eye.
What part of low profile didn't you understand, Mina?
All right.
I didn't think it would
One
hurt.
thing at a time.
She's still going to say, I didn't think it would hurt to ask if people seen a building made of red stone.
I apologize for my companion's indiscretion, but we have not been introduced. I'm Topper Noppigan, and these are my adventuring companions. Can we have your name?
I'm Sela.
Sela.
When she says her name, all right, there's an important distinction to make here. When she says her name, Mina's eyes kind of light up, and she's like, "Oh!"
So she recognizes the name, but not the face.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up a
Okay.
hand really quick
So
and be
can
like,
we can
hold
inside
on.
check on her reaction.
No. What's going on with that?
Can I signal to Sanura or Lena to remove Mina from this encounter so that it doesn't get any worse than it already is?
Hold on. All right. So from just passive insight, you can tell that Mina's not exactly worried about any of this. More like she's excited.
Like,
to hear
Okay, well,
this
that's
now.
even more of a reason to get her off the table.
I see those stars in her eyes.
Sorry, and I already forgot the Dragonborn's name.
Sela.
Sela, okay.
that's because you're a poser fan. You'd know her real name if you were a real fan.
And then before anyone can really do anything, like Mina's gonna like be like, "Oh, are you the Cobra?" And then Sela's just gonna kind of smile and say, "I see my reputation precedes me."
All right. Again, let's keep it down. We're trying not to draw attention to ourselves. And
Mina, what do you
again,
like to eat?
What'd you ask her?
What does she like to eat? Like rat?
I.
I'm gonna shut her up somehow.
It's like, yeah. Rat's good. Rat's
Okay,
always
cool.
good
Can
here.
I get a round of rats over here, please?
And the waitress will kind of hear you and go like, right away.
Thank you.
And she.
Ma'am.
okay.
As you were saying.
Sela, I'm sorry, we're new to this area, and while Mina obviously knows your reputation, we do not. And we recently came into some information where we were looking for some specific locations, but we had very little information about where they were. One of the rooms was made of red stone bricks, and that's about it. There is a number of reasons why we want to keep this search of ours discreet, and so if you need more clarifying information, I guess I would like to know specifically why you're concerned.
I'm concerned because you might die.
That's a valid concern. We would be worried about that too.
Could you elaborate more on the dying?
Happily. The building made of red stone that I am most aware of is a giant castle that exists in the wild that is made of red stone. Sonora, roll a history check with advantage on that, please.
Anyone.
Okay, I'll get to you in a second. So she continues. She says, "It is a castle that has existed in the wild for quite some time. It is a dangerous spot to go, and I don't recommend going there unless you have good reason. But if you're looking for something inside the castle, depending on how important this is, I guess you might have to go."
Well, if you can take our word on this, we have a very good reason to find the object we believe is in there. And so we will prepare as much as possible before we embark on that portion of our journey. Is there any more information you can tell us about this place?
Well, it's in the wild, so have you been there?
Not yet, no.
And then she kind of has like a look on her face of, these people are going to get themselves killed. And she kind of stops and thinks for a moment. Are you sure you want to go out there?
I mean, we're not going there right now, but eventually.
It
Our
is on the
journey will
list.
take us there.
Okay. Well. Oh no. Well, I recommend taking it slow. Hire a guide from the Last Stand camp. If there's any available. Um, I'm curious as to what you're looking for inside that castle. As far as my knowledge is aware of, that castle's largely been picked clean, at least from the people who've made it out. Speaking of the castle, Sonura, back to your history check. As an archaeologist, you are aware of a legend on the surface. You don't know if this is the same castle, but this certainly as hell rings a bell. There was a castle kind of like on like the southern side of the continent that was made for a royal family. However, the castle was lost during a really bad mudslide during a storm. It is believed that the castle was buried. However, no one has been able to find it.
Cool.
And archaeologists have been trying to look for it. However, it does not make sense. In your head, you're not immediately putting together that this could possibly be the same castle. You're in the northern part of the continent. The castle's in the southern part.
Oh, a lot of the continent has shifted around a bit recently.
Yeah.
Put it mildly.
Okay.
So that's what Red Castle brings up in your mind. That the Red Castle is effectively kind of like the Atlantis of the archaeological world.
Oh, cool.
Some people question whether or not it's ever even existed in the first place. Because the only like written accounts of it existing is like a few servants that worked there, who were not caught in the mudslide. Quote. So yeah, that's what you know about it, and that's why you get advantage on a history check because, like I said, for archaeologists, that's their Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Mail that information to the, like, even say, like, nobody's found it. And oh God, I could get my name in the history books, you guys. It'd be great.
so you relay all of this information, and C will look at you and say, "You're all from the surface."
Yes.
Can I get a round of ales, please?
The wait's just like, "Oh, right away."
How much is this gonna cost me by the round of rap?
Oh, you'll get the check at the end. Don't worry about it. I mean, you haven't asked, so you could probably afford it, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. We can afford it. I can cover part of it too. I know I'm carrying probably a bit more money than the rest of the party, so I'll pitch it a bit.
Okay.
Well, Sela, as I said, being not from around here, we don't know your reputation or allegiances, and while
I have none.
Okay, that's mildly comforting, actually.
My allegiance is to myself.
I'm mainly reluctant to share information in the chance that our adversaries would gain knowledge about our goals, and that's why I'm being very cagey about this.
Should I know who these adversaries are since I'm sitting down here talking with you?
I want to get you.
Is Sonura's orange eyes visible? Does that make any difference to what Sela knows about what's
I don't
going on?
have new goggles yet.
She's certainly taken glances at the orange eyes, so she's aware. And speaking of which, as you kind of hear out from the street, you kind of hear the town crier yelling again, just hear ye! The search is over! The bounty has been claimed for the tabaxi with orange eyes! And like just kind of yelling up and down the street.
Okay, well, I'll make sort of a hand motion at that and say that's the kind of thing we're involved in right now.
And then I'm gonna give like a short wave and be like, ha 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 ha.
Well, from the sounds of it, it sounds like it's resolved.
I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm. Where's that ale?
This chapter of our quest has concluded.
I mean, no need to worry anyway. I have no interest in bounty hunting. I'm more of a... I don't know. I just live my life in the wild as I do.
You live in the wild?
I live at Camp Last Stand.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes I come here for supplies, baked goods.
Have you tried the peach cobbler?
Of course I have, dear. Everybody has tried the cobbler.
It's so good.
It really is.
In the wild, is there...
Sneeze incoming 1 second.
Incoming.
Tight.
No, it was one that didn't fire. The worst
line.
feeling in the world.
That's the worst.
Oh, I hate that so much. Oh, I might have COVID, by the way. Fun fact.
Oh, what?
Oh no, what? Seriously?
Maybe. My sister's test has not gotten back yet, but she feels really sick, and the one of the people she works with got it. So,
Oh, no.
Wow.
and she's sick, so it's like, uh-oh.
Well, hopefully everything is okay.
Well, I mean, both me and my sister are young. I'm concerned for my mother, and my father, of course, but we'll see. It might be nothing. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Moving on.
Okay. So I was going to try to, as subtly as possible, bring up the types of plants that are in the wild and if they're different than what we've seen out here.
Well, if you're
Let's
asking
see.
about plants and mushrooms, yeah, there's different types. Specifically, once you go deep enough into the wild, there is an entire massive section of the cave that if you like mushrooms, that's your wildest dream right there.
Hey, mushrooms. I love mushrooms.
Mushrooms that are big enough to effectively bring shade to this city if the city was underneath it. So
Wow.
big mushrooms. Yes, dear.
Are there any plants with leaves in the wild?
With leaves. Nah, really the only plants with leaves are plants that are at the Great Farm, a little bit up north. Other than that, not really. No.
Oh,
There's
okay.
some types of funguses that have leaves over there, but not too many.
How about glowing rocks?
Glowing rocks?
Yeah, just by chance.
Yeah, well, not really naturally occurring glowing rocks. There is there's one section in the wild, but much lower down. You don't want to go down there ever. Seriously, don't. That has a lot of these like orange glowing rocks down there, which I find quite interesting. and but the people haven't really found any magical properties to them or anything, so people just kind of leave them down there. Except for when people bring them up to make jewelry out of, and then the jewelry sells for a lot of money because it's hard to go get it and be back.
That dangerous.
You don't want to go to that part of the wild. A lot of dangerous monsters. The Executioner lives down there.
Sorry, the who?
Oh, tell me more about that.
You really are new. She kind of sighs and says, "Make sure, please make sure that if you're going to go into the wild, you get a guide. Depending on your goal, I might be willing to come out of retirement and be your guide for you. But I don't know anything about what you want from that castle, so that depends."
I turn to the group and I'm like, can we trust this person or do we need more information? She says she works for herself. I know.
A little standoffish, but I don't know that that means untrustworthy.
You know, Sela, we want to trust you. And we also have some other things to do as part of our journey as well. So
How do we come
let's
back
continue
and find
this
you?
conversation later. Can we find you at Last Stand?
If you ask around for Sela or the Cobra, they'll be able to tell you where I am. Yeah.
Can I ask about that? What's the...
Yes, I used to have a pet cobra. It has unfortunately passed now. It's fine. It's quite some time has passed. I've gotten over it. And people have described my punches as strikes from a cobra. You don't choose the nickname; it chooses you. At least my punches used to be better until, she kind of like wags the stumpy shoulder around.
Oh.
happens?
Yeah, the Executioner happens mostly, and after that's why I decided to retire. I figured I had enough money to live a modest life for the rest of my life, and I thought, I'm good. But, like I said, if the reason you want to go down there is noteworthy, because, to be frank, if I now know there was a bounty on you, and you lived, so I don't know if Idar likes you or he doesn't, and that might influence my decision quite a lot.
You know, it's funny you say that, because I don't know if he...
I think
He's being nice right now. He's being friendly now. One wrong move and...
Okay, so he doesn't like you.
I
Got
don't
it.
think so.
In that case, our interests might be aligned. It was my hope one day before I lost my arm to eventually kill him, but... Oops.
You know of no...
Who? I wouldn't know anyone by that name.
Somebody Idar knew. Oh.
Hold on. Oh. History check.
Do it.
I've heard the name in passing. I've heard that fire cult in the wall know of her, but I've never met her or anything along those lines. The name sounds familiar.
You know Rosie?
Oh, yes.
How do you feel about Rosie?
Indifferent. I've passed by her I've passed by her while walking around sometimes. She's never bothered me. I've never bothered her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I lost audio for a second. Missed the last couple seconds of
Okay.
conversation.
So Sonura asked if she knows Nova, who was the previous person who had the orange eyes, and then she asked if she knows Rosie, which her response was indifferent, not friends, not enemies, just neutral. Passed by her a couple of times. I gave her a nod, and she would wave. She hasn't killed me. I consider that a plus.
Does she do that a lot? Just kill people?
It depends on the rumors you listen to. That quote flame cult in the wall are very against slavery. So effectively, the people that hate her or are scared of her are people who are in the slave trade business, and the people who are indifferent or don't really have any strong opinions about her just either ignore her or just move along.
Oh, that puts another piece on the puzzle about why Liberty didn't like her so much.
Ooh.
We're still learning a lot about the different factions down here, and we did not realize that Liberty had slaves until recently.
Ah, yes, they do. Because supposedly, back when the Fallen were on the surface so long ago, but they hold on to their traditions, I suppose, apparently they would keep Dragonborn as slaves. As you can probably imagine, I'm not a fan of that. And apparently they still do so.
Only Dragonborn?
Dragonborn and anyone from Idaria. Hence why if you go to Liberty, there's no Dragonborns there. And there's more Dragonborns here, surprisingly.
Got it. Well, I guess the short version of our quest is we're trying to help Rosie.
Why?
That requires the longer version.
That's fair. So I'm going to take a shot in the dark, right? Whatever you need to quote, and she uses air quotes, help Rosie is in the Red Castle, right?
That is consistent with the clues we found so far, yes.
Okay, so that's clue number one. And to help Rosie would lead to what goal?
Let's see. It's not that much longer. It's just very risky to say out loud.
Dang it.
I'm just trying to figure out if the ends justify the means, because the castle is quite dangerous. I would be willing to act as your guide, but it is dangerous. I would have to come out of retirement.
Yeah. Well, we'd feel a lot more comfortable giving further details at Last Stand rather than here. So is it possible for us to meet up there?
Well, I'm on my way there almost now. I should have grabbed the baked goods while I was at Hot Buns, but I was distracted by other things. I like to get their bread before. I know technically Last Stand has their own kitchen where they can make bread for me, but Hot Buns and baked goods, it just hits different.
Yeah, it does. Well, we have some business at Last Stand as well. We could travel together and discuss further along the way. We're just uncomfortable having this discussion in Idaria.
She kind of stops and thinks for a second. She's going to do an insight check. And from the look on her face, it kind of looks like she's like putting some puzzle pieces together, and she's like, I see. Well, like I said, I'm off to get some baked goods. I'll meet you on outside the bridge, I guess.
Sounds good.
We'll see you there.
Okay. And then she kind of stands up and starts to walk away. And then as she walks away, the waitress comes up. It's like, rats!
Perfect.
All right. Mealtime.
Yep.
My favorite.
A round of rats and ale for everybody.
Hooray.
Let's also use this time to lecture Mina on the safety of spreading information.
Keep your flippin' trap shut.
I was trying to be helpful. I didn't think it'd be a bad idea to ask about a red stone building.
Surrounded by gray rocks.
Yeah, but not a lot of red rocks.
Exactly.
Mina, here's the shorthand about asking strangers for information. If you are not prepared to tell them why you need to know the information, you shouldn't be broadcasting that you're looking for it.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to tell them why. I just wanted to know if they could give me a location.
But, if I went out onto the street and said, I'm looking for a giant fish bigger than me, and I just ask everyone I see where the giant fish are, eventually somebody's going to ask me why I want a giant fish. And if I can't answer that...
Rat.
Well, she was intimidating, okay? And she's the Cobra. I mean, I know I didn't know that then, but now I know that. Now it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
She actually faced the executioner and lived. She lived. But she lived.
Did she face it alone?
No.
Well, she probably had two arms at the time.
Supposedly, the way the story goes, that she went down there for party and they got intercepted by the executioner, and she held them off to let her party escape, and then her party were just like, oh, she's definitely dead. But then she managed to get away, but she lost her arm and she kind of came limping back. She's so cool.
How do we know she's not a vampire?
Really.
You can ask her.
I thought she got up and left already.
Yeah, no, she did leave.
We're gonna have a couple days journey while we're gonna travel to Last Stand together.
No, I know, but I thought she got up to she was gonna go to the bakery.
Yeah.
She said you can ask later. We're gonna talk to her later. You can ask.
We need to find a shop or something where I can buy some more goggles, please.
You just need to go to the mall to get some sunglasses.
$5 sunglasses.
Real quick, while y'all can talk in RP for a second, I gotta pee. And talk about what your plans are, etc. I'll still be able to hear you, so you won't need to relay anything to me.
Are there any other supplies? I mean, it is probably a good idea to get more goggles, because who knows? Even after all this bounty thing, there's two possibilities. There will be bounty hunters out there that have not gotten word that bounty is lifted. We'll have to deal with that. And then also just the fact that the bounty was out there in the first place. People know that you're a person of interest in general, and that's going to be a problem with drawing attention to the party.
Maybe I could around here find outfits.
Yeah. So other than just disguise supplies, is there anything else we want to get from Idaria. I don't think we need
Cobbler?
anything. Oh yeah, of course. You can't go to Hot Buns and Baked Goods without leaving with peach cobbler.
Blackberry.
Heck yeah. One of everything. And a shortbread cookie.
What's that lady's?
She's the Hot Buns lady. I was just like, pardon me, old woman.
Lady.
Good sir, are you saying me to that old woman? So what do you guys think about this Dragonborn? I mean, it seems like a legendary fighter of some kind, with her abilities limited by her injury, but that doesn't mean she's any less formidable. Adventurers can compensate for a lot. I think so. She definitely seems like she did make it clear that she's not a fan of slavery in general, but she comes to Idar because she's allowed here as opposed to Liberty, which doesn't like Dragonborn, But and the fact that she's indifferent to Rosie means that she's a potential ally of ours. We just need to, if we can safely tell her the story. Let's see. We don't want to reveal, even to allies, we don't want to reveal Rosie's true history unless they already know it, because that is risky. But
I am back, by the
yeah,
way.
but we can talk about our other goals. Just as much as we didn't want to talk to her about that in Idaria, we shouldn't be talking to each other about it either. So
I don't think we can hire her alone is the problem. Because clearly she's...
Well, you think we should have like additional support to go into the wilds, not just a guide?
Yep. Correct.
I mean, I think if she agrees to be our guide, she can advise us on whether or not additional support is necessary. If after we talk to her at Last Stand, we can be a lot more honest about our capabilities as survivalists as well.
Eating. Bakery. Top 4. Up with.
Yeah. I mean, we can go to the bakery while you look for supplies.
That have to get extra cobbler for me. Swear to God, Topper, if you
Definitely.
get cobbler for me, I will chuck your little body out this window.
Yeah. Let's make sure we don't stiff the bill on this place either. So let's pay for our meal and then
on that note, the waitress does come around and say, "How is everything?"
Amazing.
Excellent, as expected.
Oh, thank you so much. That'll be 5 gold.
I'll pay for it. I got the whole thing.
Topper, give her 7.
Got it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And then she kind of takes the gold and takes some of the dishes and stacks them up. And she kind of looks at all of you and says, well, I hope you all have a good day and make sure to come back.
Hey, Topper, I'm going to give
We
you 3
will
gold.
whenever we're in town. We'll be here. Sorry, what did you say?
And I give you 3.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Well, you know what?
All right, so where's...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Don't you skimp on me.
All right. We're going to go... None of us should be walking the streets alone, but we're going to split up. I'm going to go get cobblers who wants to come with me. And Center is going to go get...
Everybody needs supplies. I need goggles.
Disguise supplies.
Yeah. Come with me if you want to supply.
Sorry, what? I will come with you for supplies.
Mina, I'm saying, will choose to go with Topper to the bakery, saying like, well, because the Cobra's going to go there. What if we run into her?
I'll go along for supplies. Not to the bakery.
Off to the goggle shop. I mean, supply shop.
To the goggles.
Okay. Who wants to do their shopping adventure first? The bakery or the general supplies?
Bakery should be fast, so
okay.
Get that done.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you remember where it is. It's not really that far off. And then you just kind of walk in. The old lady sees you. It's like, oh, welcome. And who else is at the counter but Sela? Long time no see. She doesn't love you. It actually looks like she's
screaming internally at this
point. Oh, she is. Yeah, no, she 100% is. Yeah. It's like Sela kind of sees you kind of walk in. She has like a bag. Looks like she's kind of waiting in line to pay. And she's like, oh, I was expecting a little bit more time before I see you again.
We needed supplies from here as well.
Fair enough.
We'll see you at the bridge.
Yep.
I turn to Mina and I tell her we will have plenty of time to talk to the Cobra about whatever you want during our journey. Let's let her do her shopping and tea.
And then you kind of say that, and Mina's just still kind of giddy. She's just looking at her now.
Okay. I'm not gonna stop her from doing that.
All right. So what are you buying from the bakery?
All right. I'm gonna see how many peach cobblers I can get for how many can I get for 1 gold piece? Or how much are peach cobblers?
So each serving of peach cobbler is a silver.
A silver. Okay. All right. I will get the 2 gold worth of peach cobbler that Sinner asked for.
All of the peach cobbler.
Which is 20 peach cobblers.
Okay.
and then I'll pick up some other non-peach cobbler based baked goods, cookies, buns, and other things, totaling the cost of 1 gold piece, just so there's some variety in the transaction, and I will share with the rest of the party. So
so the peach cobbler is like kind of the most expensive thing there because it's kind of like the most detailed thing for her to actually make.
Are there even 20 that we can buy?
Well, when you get to the front of the line, I guess you'll have to ask her that.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're kind of waiting in line. At some point, you kind of see Sela kind of pay. She kind of gets a couple kind of small boxes of peach cobbler for herself, right? and kind of walks out the door, kind of gives you a look of see you there, and walks out.
All right.
And then eventually you go to the front of the line, and it's not the old woman there. Now it's like this kind of younger man, but you do see the old woman kind of in the back, like kind of, in the kitchen. And the young man will say, hi, what can I get for you?
I would like to get some peach cobblers. How many peach
servings?
cobblers? How many do you have?
How many do we have? Grandma! And then he kind of goes to the back, and then he's just like, how many do we have? And then she kind of, like gestures for him to kind of lean in closer, right? A little closer. And now he's like kind of completely hunched over. And then the moment he gets really close, she just like slaps him in the face. And it's just like, haven't I told you not to yell? I have 30 servings. And then just kind of goes back to her work. He kind of comes back rubbing his face. We got 30.
All right. Thank you. We would like 20 peach cobblers.
What? Oh, wow. Okay.
We're having a party.
Oh, excellent. Birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, how lovely. All right. One moment, and you kind of see him go into the kitchen, kind of scoot past his grandma a little bit. He kind of goes over to where you can kind of see now the peach cobbler is kind of on a shelf, and he just grabs 2 whole trays, and he just like puts it in a big box, like a couple of big boxes, and brings it back, puts it on the counter. All right, yeah, so it's 2 trays of peach cobbler. Each tray is 10 servings, so approximately. So I'm not going to cut it for you. You can do that yourself, I imagine.
Sounds great.
Anything else?
Yeah, okay. I'll just pick out a couple random things for like a bag of buns and other goodies.
Okay. Yeah.
And,
so then, so you just tell him like, you probably just tell him like, for this last piece of gold, surprise me, right?
Yeah. Fill up the bag.
Yeah, and then he looks at the gold like, He kind of looks around. He kind of grabs some like small he grabs like a kind of like a couple of really small pieces of cake. He grabs some bread. He gets some like a variety of cookies. So there's like chocolate chip cookies and some sugar cookies in there and stuff like that, right? He kind of puts all that in a bag, puts on the counter. Is like, all right, that's about a gold right there. That'll be a 3 gold total.
Yep, there you go.
All right, he takes the gold. He kind of pushes the box and the bags towards you.
All right.
How much does a peach cobbler weigh? Am I really about to look up how much does a peach cobbler weigh?
I'm gonna hand those trays to Mina and ask her to carry them for us.
Oh, she can definitely carry that. Yeah. So you just kind of give her the boxes and the bag, and she kind of just she's actually pretty strong, so she does just kind of hold it. And she's like, yep, okay. And I guess you're done here?
Yeah, I don't have anything else to do here.
Alrighty.
So we'll head out to the bridge where we said we would meet, and then Senora can do her supply.
Yeah. On to the other group. All right. General shopping. You all haven't really decided where you're going to go. You just said you're going to do some general shopping. So where would you like to go?
Is there like a tailor shop or somewhere that have headpieces, goggles?
A welding mask.
You don't know the city, so you don't really know what's here.
Random NPC roller.
Random NPC roller! Woo! My dice fell behind my desk. I have another one.
Play where it rolls.
Play it where it rolls. All right, hold on. All right, that's a 10. All right, that was a 10. Table. There's literally no way she's here. I'm gonna roll again. It is actually impossible for that character to be there.
Did you roll Sela?
I rolled you know that crazy mushroom lady in Liberty? I rolled her.
What? Why would she be here?
Yeah, she wouldn't be, but she's on my random NPC table, so.
Oh, I thought you had a different list for each city.
No, I have like a general list, and on some of them I have like notes for they definitely cannot be here. Oh God, I get to be the offensive character. All right, let's do it. All right, here's the offensive character. All right, so you kind of walk up, you see this kind of dwarven male kind of walking past you. Dwarven.
And dwarf.
Okay. So you speak to him in Dwarvish, and he. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh no!
Don't be sorry. You have to have a variety of people.
Yep. All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, honey.
Oh, okay. Oh, wasn't expecting that.
Go ahead.
I'm looking for a supply shop, perhaps supplies for miners, adventurers. Do you know of any sort of shop close by or in the city?
Miners and adventurers, honey. I don't know. Can you tell me what you're looking for?
Goggles.
Goggles.
Yeah, like miners' goggles, adventurers' goggles, that kind of stuff. Keep your eyes dry. The underwater, that kind of stuff.
Well, dear, I guess you could try going down that way. There's a kind of you can try going to Mrs. Smith's shop. She's the blacksmith in town. She might be able to make something for you. If you're just looking for a general store, you can also just go to there's a store down that way. And he points to the opposite direction and says, there's another store. It's called Don't Die Out There. That's a fun one. They have some miscellaneous stuff. I don't know, they'll have goggles, but it might be worth a shot.
My vote is for Don't Die Out There.
What direction was that in? The opposite?
That way. And he kind of points to your left, which is kind of north.
Well, thank you for your time.
No problem, dear. And then he just walks away.
Turn around to the group with me, like, whoa. Right,
the best part is they have no idea what he said because you were talking to him in Dwarvish.
Exactly. Like, whoa, okay, that guy. Let's go this way, and we're gonna go towards.
What do you mean, that guy?
Don't understand.
Yeah, you do not understand, unfortunately.
So I'm gonna tell them. So we can go to the blacksmith way, and I'm gonna point to my right, or we can go to the store that's called. What is it? Please don't die.
Don't die out there.
Don't die out there. Don't die. Thank you.
Don't die out there.
So we wanted to go to that one. That one's this way, and I'm gonna point to my left.
Let's do it.
Off we go.
Off we go! Yeah! So, I had a document for all my shops, but I'm having difficulty finding that now. And that's upsetting me. Give me a second. Oh, Topper, that video. I'll find it. Give me a second.
Supplies.
I don't follow this. Shopping list? Yeah. All right, I found my shopping list. Here we go. Yeah. All right, sick. All right, cool. So you kind of follow the path that this dwarven mill kind of laid out for you, and kind of continue down the road, and eventually you do come across a pretty sizable store called Don't Die Out There.
Actually, is called.
Yeah, it's actually called Don't Die Out There.
Oh, guys, this is the place.
I guess they're being supportive, so I guess you can just go ahead and walk in.
Yeah.
Here's your backup.
Yeah. I
She-
don't
she
think
didn't get
either of us
mugged.
really need anything. I think we just were coming along so you weren't going alone.
Unless you need spell components.
I'm gonna look around.
You have enough to afford a diamond if you need to get one for a spell component.
Ooh.
Okay. So you walk in, all right, and you
Really
kind
see?
of a lot of stuff. This is like the Walmart of adventuring.
Yeah.
There is it is a big store. There's a lot of stuff. There's a food section. There's like a tool section in the back that you can see. There's just a lot of stuff. This is definitely one of those stores where you can't really look at everything in a reasonable amount of time. You just kind of have to know what you want to look for and then ask someone to send you in that direction.
I'm gonna turn around and look back at all. I've never been in a. Give me 20 minutes and I'm not back in this exact spot, and I'm gonna like stomp my foot on the ground. Then you might have to send a search party for me.
It's not that big. It's not like an IKEA.
I did like a. And I was like, oh, it's like an IKEA.
It's not. So it's not a food. So I should correct myself. It's not a food court. It's kind of, you know how like Walmart has a section for like grocery.
Yes.
Yeah, this
I thought you
also
were
has
gonna
a section for like basic groceries.
You know how Walmart has Taco Bells in them?
Right. Yeah, there's no Taco Bell in or Subway in this here.
I don't have a Taco Bell in my Walmart. I'm envious. Oh, I guess we got McDonald's.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We have a
I work
we have a
at Costco.
Subway
I'm
in
not allowed
ours.
to go to.
I never even thought that they would have different restaurants. I just assumed. We have two Walmarts in our town, and they're both McDonald's. So, anyway, sorry.
That's actually a good point. I always thought they'd all be the same too. I would have thought it's like just a big partnership across the company. Right. But yeah, no, my Walmarts have a Subway in it.
Cool.
I know the nearby Target has a Pizza Hut in it.
Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking of. Target to Taco Bell. The Taco Bell and Pizza Hut are the same thing.
Exactly the same thing, same food and everything. All right, so
yeah.
if anyone wants to do shopping, I just need you to tell me what you're looking for.
You're like, what?
And if you I want you to even if you are not sure if it exists, just ask and I'll tell you if it's here.
Goggles.
Because this shopping list is a big one. All right,
Goggles.
So goggles. All right, so on this shopping list. Yeah, goggles. Let's talk about goggles. All right. Inevitably, you do kind of wander around a little bit. You're kind of looking at the signs for each aisle, and eventually you kind of find a place for kind of headwear, and you do find goggles. Note, these goggles are not these are not the same ones that you got from Savaran. So these don't have a sunglasses mode to it. These are just goggles that are clear right through.
Are there any goggles?
There are not, because you're in a cave. Because those goggles that Savarin gave you are very special.
You have to go and poof away on me like ask her.
I mean, technically, she is a god. You can try praying to her, I guess.
You know what? I'm gonna do that in the middle of the aisle with the goggles. Aberrant, you can hear me. I'd really like to ask a favor of you. If you don't mind showing up, I ask you. Small favor, probably a big favor.
I'm just imagining like a tabaxi
Like
sitting
this,
in the middle of
super
an aisle.
atheistic tabaxi, like actually praying.
Yeah.
Clean up on aisle 5.
Like, people are kind of walking by, they see you sitting there, and just like, okay. And they just kind of keep going.
Mind your business.
Yeah, like, one woman kind of walks up to the aisle, sees you, and she's like, can I... She kind of, like, kind of steps over you, grabs a hat off the shelf, and just kind of walks away.
Busy.
Roll a d20 for me.
D20?
Roll a d20 for me.
Ah. 12.
Okay. So, hold on. I need to think about Savarin and her personality real quick. Okay. So you're sitting there, and you feel something, right? And then suddenly while you're sitting there, you feel like a trickle of water on your head.
Oh.
What do you do?
Oh.
What is this trickle of water?
You don't hear anything. Yeah, you just feel water trickling. You do hear what sounds like muffled laughter.
Oh.
I was just like sitting down.
You are just sitting down.
Well, then, what's happening?
Do you open your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. Savarin is currently sitting on top of the shelf. On the top of it, just pouring water on you. She's like, oh, good. Don't ask me for stuff. And then she disappears.
Well then.
So let me tell you something about Savarin. She's very personality-wise, and this is stuff you'd be able to gather about her from interactions. You don't ask her for help. You don't ask her for things. If she decides to help you, then she did. That's it. People who worship her are very aware of this.
Yeah, how do clerics get their spells at all?
Because she feels like giving them to you. She's very picky. That people who worship her believe that she has a grand plan. So they just believe in that grand plan, and if she gives it to you, then you are meant to have it, right? If you have to ask for it, you're probably not meant to get it. That's their philosophy on it. Because she just doesn't give people stuff. So now you're just a wet tabaxi sitting in the middle of the aisle. Holding a pair of goggles.
They sell paint.
What would you... Do they sell paint? Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Goggles.
Okay. What kind of paint? Not the so you kind of go over to one section, and their selection of paint is extremely limited. It's just solid colors. Ink? Yeah, you can find ink. Okay. Of red ink. Okay.
Yeah, red. Red and then goggles.
Okay. So, oh boy. So is that it? Is that all you're getting? Okay.
Translucent paint wasn't invented until 1940 by Walt Disney to specifically facilitate the Fantasia musical.
Sorry, you're gonna have to say understand any of it.
Translucent paint was invented by Walt Disney in 1940 for the Fantasia musical. Before that, paint in cell animation was all opaque.
Okay, so you walk up to the counter to pay for your goggles and ink, and as you walk up, the person behind the register looks at him and is just like, that'll be 85 gold. Yes, ma'am. 85 gold.
Goggles?
75.
Wow.
Do you still want it?
No.
That's the price I found online.
Yeah, I'll get them.
Okay, so go ahead and deduct 85 gold from your sheet. Remember that each platinum piece is 10 gold if you need to translate that over. So let's say if you give him like 8 platinum pieces, he'll give you 5 gold back. Wait, no, 9 platinum pieces, he'll give you 5 gold back. Right, it's 85. So he goes ahead and makes you change. It's just like, excellent, have a lovely day. Gives like a wide fake smile that people who work in customer service are used to giving. Now, on to the other people in the store. Quifer, what are you buying at the store? What was that? One more time? Okay, yeah, you find some kind of like potions of healing near the front, and the price is pretty clear. It's 50 gold. Uh, 10.
So 5 platinum.
Okay, so you kind of pick up 3 potions off of the shelf, and then walk up to the counter. Same guy. You went in right after Sonura, and then he's just like, "Hi there. Is this it for today? Did you find everything okay? Excellent. That'll be 150 gold, please." Okay, go ahead and deduct that from your character sheet, and he will take that. He'll count it and say like, "Excellent. Have a lovely day." Again, same wide grin. Yeah, you walk away, and like after some time walking away, you kind of look back, and you just kind of, look back at him. His smile fades, and he's just kind of like rubbing his eyes if he's like really tired. Mina, what are you getting at this fine establishment? Not Mina, sorry, Lena. Wow.
I was gonna say, do you mean me? But
yeah, sorry, the Inas. Whoopsie.
No worries. I don't need anything. I'm good for arrows, and I think we've got I wasn't really looking for anything specific. I was just sort of along for the ride. So if everyone's sort of heading out, then I'll sort of make my way with them. Just kind of window shopping, I guess you would say.
Okay. Well, if you're just kind of walking around, I'm just going to start reading off random items that you just see.
Okay.
All right. So random items that you just see while walking around. You see some, packs of basic adventure supplies. You kind of walk past a point where you kind of see some lanterns and candles and stuff along the like. As you're walking past the food section, you kind of see like a stack for rations that are kind of sitting there, and some baskets, etc. Some other stuff. You see, you kind of walk to like the tool section, and you look around. You're just like, wow, that's okay. You see you see things like chains. You see a lot of stuff like blankets, bedrolls. You see there's even an hourglass there just because.
Is there, can I
ahead.
just ask, is there anything on sale? I like a good deal.
Oh, you want a good deal? Oh, snap. Go roll for me. A D100.
Oh, God.
It's 2 D10s.
Rolling on the deal table.
What is that? 1 second.
Roll a deal 100.
D100.
Yeah, it's on the
There we
list.
go. I got it.
48.
Sorry.
Let's see what's on sale. Do. Da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Wow, I can't believe that this was the one on sale. Okay. You see a magnifying glass on sale.
Oh, yes. Okay.
On a sale of 90% off.
Oh.
Is it BOGO?
So down from 100 gold to 10 gold.
Okay.
That's the best percentage sale that you saw.
Okay. I'm going to pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to walk over to where the majority of people are, if they're like our people. Sorry, I don't know if there's in the store.
Sure.
And I'm just gonna ask them: is this something we need? I found a good deal on it. Because yes, Laura doesn't know if we're ever gonna need one. So.
What is it?
It's a magnifying glass.
Now, I mean, presumably there's no sun down here. So
Not sort of.
Can't start fires with it. You can
Another
search for clues.
it's very sleuthy of us, but do we think, is there value to it? I really just don't know.
Unless it's magical.
No.
I can't see a good reason for it.
Okay, well, I'll leave it then. Thank you. I'm just going to conscientiously put it back where I found it.
Okay. You put it right back where it was. And FYI, so I know that some of these prices, out of care, I know some of these prices look a little absurd, but that's a common trend I've noticed. Things that are pretty ordinary to us are actually really expensive in the book. Say, for example, a magnifying glass is 100. A spyglass is 1,000 gold.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And aviator goggles are 75.
Yeah. Crazy.
Anything with glass work is going to be pretty expensive because it has to be
Right.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Exactly. That's like one of those product of the times kind of things that glass was.
And a spyglass has multiple lenses in it, which is why it's super expensive, and they have to be calibrated.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, like I said, there's other stuff in the store. There's clothes, etc.
Wait a minute. There's clothes? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
There are clothes.
Are there any sales on the clothes?
Are there what?
Sales on the clothes? I know you had the 90 on the
Yeah, there's sales on some of the clothes. Yeah.
kinds.
What kinds? I'm gonna do a quick Google search of medieval clothing.
Hooray!
That's a rabbit hole you do not have to go down.
Yeah, it's gonna be a heck of a rabbit hole. All right, yeah. So you see some like kind of basic dress, because the ones that are on sale, you probably gather that these are not the finest quality of clothing. Yeah, but you kind of you do see some like kind of basic dresses and kind of like some basic common clothes that some kind of go for pretty cheap. Depends on kind of what you're looking for. Might be easier to tell me what kind of clothes you want to see, and I can tell you if it's there.
So last year.
Gross.
There are fine clothes if you want to know more.
Would you like to know more?
Jackets.
Some layered jackets.
Just like a jacket. Like
Get a puffy vest like mine.
All right, you know what? You know what you see? I'm gonna show you an exact picture. This is because I'm not sure. I didn't anticipate clothes shopping. I'm gonna be honest with you, so I'm pulling all of this out of nowhere.
Show me and
you see this coat?
Oh yes.
How does that compare to the fancy coat?
That's a
it's about as fancy, and this is on sale for 1.5 gold. What? Crazy.
Oh my god.
About as fancy, and it hasn't touched the ground.
And it hasn't touched the ground. Exactly. It's pretty big, mind you.
Oh, it would touch the ground for him.
Yeah. Oh.
Poor little stopper.
You're like a 5-year-old in pajamas.
It looks like a giant
in dad's pajamas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dad's shoe. Anything less extravagant, make for adventure?
Adventure-y? Well, I mean, here's my question, right? For adventure-y clothing, do you want to just be like, do you want it to just be practical, or do you want to look fly while you're adventuring? A very important question.
I see the option, like the difference.
So,
I want to look fly, but I don't want to stand.
To simplify things, the D&D rules has like 4 classifications of clothes in general that then allow you to describe a lot about them. And I think it is it's like common royal, clothes, fine, it's common, and explorer, right?
Okay.
What I see on this list, this might not be the most correct, but this list that I stole from someone else on the internet has common clothes, fine clothes, traveler's clothes, robes, and costume clothes.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Wear costume
I was going off of memory, so. But Topper wears fine clothes. That's just my style, just so you guys know.
What kind of costume clothes are there? They're like
There's no costume clothes. I'm not going to go through the effort of making costume clothes. It's not that season.
Get a fireman's outfit.
It's unseasonably warm this year.
No, it's out of season. It's not Halloween.
Oh no, I'm in the fire gang now. I need a fireman's hat.
You get like official like robes and garb, and it's like, nah, I don't need the hood, and you just put a fireman's hat on.
I just want to get a helmet that says fire chief. Did I get disconnected again?
No, you're still here. I'm just waiting for what people like kind of want to hear, because it's like,
I mean, I'm joking around, but I'm not in the store, so I can't really contribute to the conversation.
Right? Yeah.
Well, I'm good. Lena's good.
All right.
I'm gonna grab any clothes this time, but I think that we should probably make a mental note to remember where this store is, because it seems to have everything. So.
Cloaks and
we got some cloaks and capes. Yeah, we got cloaks and capes. We got
definitely cloaks and capes. Yeah, definitely cloaks.
Yeah,
and capes.
Yeah, we definitely got cloaks and capes. We got
Walmart sucks. Yeah.
You want this cloak?
That's ring.
Some other another cloak. You want this cloak? I'm just pulling up pictures of cloaks.
You got olive green? Like an olive green one.
Yeah, they have an olive green cloak. Sure.
I want to. Yes. No.
All right.
No, wait.
Okay.
No, wait. Is there red? Is there red?
Yeah, sure. There's a red cloak.
Yes, I want the red one.
Okay. All right. Do you want a fancy cloak, or do you just want just a cloak, just a piece of red cloth that just?
Well, does fancy
Is a
mean
cloak.
it has like fur lined on the hood or something?
Sure. Yeah. It's you find a red cloak that has like fur lining on the hood and around the neck and stuff like that.
Yes, that one.
It also has like a really nice embroidered pattern in it.
Yeah, I'll take.
All right. The price tag on that one is 10 gold.
I'll take it.
Okay, you now have a fancy red embroidered cloak. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, so you walk back up to the counter, the guy sees you, he's just like, welcome back!
On this cloak, on it. Thank you.
Oh, well, that'll be 10 gold, miss.
I'm gonna slide over a platinum.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. And then you walk away, I assume.
While putting the cloak.
Of course. Yeah, the cloak definitely goes on. Yeah, make sure that it really like fans out as you kind of throw it around for it to
oh my god,
lay on your shoulders. Yep. So it's just like so you buy this cloak with just a swift motion, you just unravel it and just twirl it around as you spin with it as well to get it perfectly onto your shoulders. And then even like strike a nice little pose for your friends.
Thank guys. No? Alright.
It suits you. It suits you.
Thank you.
I think you got a good deal on that one.
Okay. Anything else people want to buy at the store?
Good. I think we should leave before I spend more money.
That's fair.
I think we should too.
I was not ready for a clothing store. You caught me off guard on that one.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the catalog as well. You know.
Yup, I did my best.
So we will go meet up with the others who are coming out. I need to go pick up my cobbler. Guys, Copper has my cobbler.
Run.
Okay, so now back to the other group. Because I'm going to assume that the two that went to the bakery took way less time. Wait, did everyone's done with their shopping at that store, right?
Yeah.
All good there? All right, cool. So Topper and Mina get to kind of the end of the bridge first, and you kind of see like Ciela just kind of sitting on the edge of the bridge. She's actually eating some of the cobbler that she just bought, kind of just out of the box. She just kind of has the box. Well, no, like she bought her own cobbler.
What is her reaction to the two giant trays that Mina is carrying?
Well, first off, right? So you walk up, she's just kind of sitting there. She has the box kind of sitting on her knee that she kind of has propped up, and she has, her one arm kind of eaten out of there. And she looks at you, sees the trays, and she's like, damn. You must really like it.
I'm told it's the best.
It is. I assume your friends are not too far behind?
They had some shopping to do for some adventuring gear. I would expect them shortly.
All right. And yeah, a few minutes pass. During these next few minutes, while it's just you, Mina, and Ciela, I have a lot of names that are 2 syllables and end in an A. I just realized. Yeah. So, is there anything you want to talk to her about before the rest of the party comes along?
No. I guess I'll just say that Mina's a big fan of yours. I'll let them talk then.
All right. Yeah. So, So you kind of say that, and Zilla just kind of smiles. She's like, I was able to figure that one out. Yeah. And then like Mina just kind of gets like a big grin on her face. She's like, I'm gonna go adventuring with the Cobra. I'm gonna go adventuring with the Cobra.
We're traveling. We're just traveling to Last Stand with the Cobra.
Right. Yeah. Just traveling. Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Just traveling.
I mean, if you haven't been on many travels, maybe this is an adventure for you.
She's like barely paying attention to anything you're saying. She's just like staring starry-eyed at Sela, who you now know is the Cobra, and she just kind of eventually like walks up to Sela. It's just like, do you have any cool stories? And then she kind of like just laughs a bit and then says, I have lots of stories, dear. None that I'm willing to tell the children right away. And she's like, come on! Kind of like a spoiled brat who's not getting what they want. And after a few minutes pass, eventually the rest of the party shows up.
Hey.
All right, so right as they're showing up, I guess I
hear you
asked
screaming
Sela
from across the bridge.
Yeah. Right as the rest of the party shows up, I asked Sela, do you get this reaction a lot from people, or is Mina an anomaly?
She kind of looks at you and says, depends. People who are aspiring to be adventurers themselves often look towards some of the most well-known adventurers like me and some others and look at them with fandom. I haven't met someone as enthusiastic as her. Mm. Typically, when I meet people who know of me, they just kind of give me a typical, oh, I've heard of your work, you're really good. But she's very, I don't know what word to use, quirky.
Yes, she is. It does occur to me that as aspiring adventurers ourselves, we not necessarily aspire, we consider ourselves adventurers.
Okay.
We should probably know the other legendary characters in this area. And not that I expect you to tell us about them, but I'm just making a note for the group that maybe we should ask around who are the notable characters that we should know of before we meet them.
Well, there's quite a few characters. There's some ups and downsides to becoming really well known. You don't want to become so well known that Idar wants to see you, kind of thing.
Yeah, we figured that out. We're a little past that point.
In your case, that's different. I assume the reason he wanted to look for you was because of kind of points to Sonura and her eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, but she says, however, if you're not special and have cool eyes, generally, if he wants to see you, it's not the best. So you said you saw him, right? Was there...
we all saw him. She talked to him in private.
Oh, okay. Was there someone in the chamber with him? An elf. That's a shame. So, as he has this... Oh, God. He has this obsession with kind of reminding people of their place. So he likes to go after some of the stronger adventurers and turn them into his personal slaves as a, quote, reminder as to where they stand kind of thing. She's actually...
Is this something...
Go ahead.
Is this something he does when adventurers get too powerful, or just when they attract attention in the wrong way?
When they get too powerful. Effectively, once you reach probably around the top 5, that's when he starts to say, I want to remind this person of where they stand. And typically, he won't. It's not permanent, is a thing I've noticed. A lot of it is just, let me remind you of where you stand, and then I'll let you go. It happened to me once, too. Awful experience.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a reason I want to kill him. And that went on for about 2 months, and then he just literally kicked me out the door and said, all right, remember what happened, and yep.
All right. I'm assuming we're on our way walking out of Idaria now.
Probably all walking out, yeah.
Okay. Because, well, we had picked up the distaste for slavery and various other things in our previous conversations. I think this is the first time she explicitly said she wanted to kill Idar. So
she did say at the tavern that she would like to kill Idar.
Oh, okay. That might have been when my audio cut out. All right. Well, okay. Well, I think we're definitely on the same goals here.
I still don't know what your goals are. I know you want to help Rosie for whatever. I don't know what the end goal is. From your response, it sounds like you want to also kill him?
Here's our predicament. Our ultimate goal is to get back to the surface.
Right. Okay.
On the surface, as far as we know, there is another dragon that has not been confirmed dead. We're not sure, but for all intents and purposes, we need to assume that there is at least one living dragon on the surface.
That much I'm aware of, yes.
Okay.
Well, at least not as far as today. I know that when the Fallen first fell, almost 800 years ago, that's when we got news that there was still one dragon alive on the surface. But I'm guessing since you're sharing this with me, that's still the case.
That's correct. Our goal is to get back to the surface, but if there is a path to the surface that is found or created, then that gives Idar an opportunity to take that same path and reunite with another dragon to repopulate the dragon species.
Interesting.
Right. Yes. Okay. So we've also confirmed that is his goal too.
Yes.
Okay.
In order for us to achieve our goal of getting back to the surface, the only safe way to do that is to eliminate the possibility of Idar also reaching the surface. Therefore, he needs to be eliminated first.
Right, because there's two ways I can see you going back to the surface through that. You either kill him, then go back, or you just go back and hope that he never finds out how you got out.
That's
right. We're trying to be responsible about it.
What'd you say, Sinner?
The second option there is impossible. Not the first.
How is it impossible? I'm not sure what.
I'm gonna just slowly point at my eyes, and
I don't know what that means, dear.
So you've met Idar, right? Yeah, you just told us. And he has eyes that are in a similar color to Sunira's here.
So she's going to kind of interrupt you, and she's going to say, does she have the same power?
I don't know. But he does use
they
my
seem
eyes
to be
to see.
Connected in some way.
Okay. Well, I can tell you how Idar's power works.
Ooh, that's valuable information.
Yeah, because here's the thing to note. As far as I'm aware of how Idar's power works, is that he cannot pick people to look at. He can only pick locations.
Okay.
So he won't be able to use it to track you, but what he'll often do when looking for people is just kind of pick a city where he think they might be and just look around.
So, Sooner, are you willing to share more of the details of what we know about your eyes?
I'll go ahead and explain that I have not let Idar know my eyes to down on me. I've noticed. I have not acknowledged him. Know that I am aware.
Well, I was just going to share that he can see when you use your vision.
Yeah, so. I was going to add that too. Yeah.
Okay.
So if either of you use your sort of scry, you can see what each other sees.
Exactly.
We don't know if that happens every time, though, because we're pretty sure that Idar has used his ability and Sunira hasn't seen it. In some cases.
Whether or not this is something that Idar definitely doesn't want to get out, but I don't care about him, so I'm going to share it. His use of it is quite limited. I have, while he doesn't look, kind of poked through his journals and his information, and it sounds like one of the biggest things he's upset about is that the eyes that he has are not as strong as the source of where he got them. So it sounds like I don't know anything about how he got them. I just know he's the kind of person to brag and complain. So oftentimes when he would, I don't know, kick the shit out of me because he got bored, he would just kind of complain about how he can't use his eyes all the time, whatever that might mean. I know sometimes that little triangle pupil kind of turns into 2 triangle pupils. I'm not sure what that means, but...
I keep forgetting, does Sunira have triangle pupils?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just a normal kitty.
But with this new knowledge, you now know that you can look at locations. For whatever that might mean.
Right. Well, that was one of the first successful uses of your powers when you tried to see what was in a room what was in the next room when we were freeing those slaves from the drow. Yeah.
Make sure that whenever you use it, dear, that you try not to show yourself, because if he can see you for what you see, then you have to keep that in mind when you do use it. That you don't want to... You don't want to give away important information, especially if your inevitable goal is to eliminate him. And now that I know your goal is to eliminate him, we are on the same page.
Great. I'm wondering if we can... I mean, obviously he's a dragon and he's going to be extremely difficult to outwit in a lot of different ways. But I was trying to think of a way to safely use your power in a way that would not reveal as much information, where when you're scrying with your power, the most useful information to us is about things that are nearby to wherever we are. But if we only use it for that purpose, then that will give Idar clues about where we are. But if 3 times a day you also scried random places in Liberty and Idar and other caves that we have been to, then maybe that would sort of create some noise to prevent him from triangulating our position.
At a certain point, Seal's going to kind of ask, Sunira, how, if you don't mind me asking, what is your source of getting those?
Remember how I asked you?
Right, yeah, I recall the name.
Yeah. Got my power.
Interesting. So
she was eyes previously, and as far as I understand from the memories that I was given, she had her eyes taken by Idar. Part of me wants to get back at him for her, and also for me.
So it sounds like, because he's always complaining about how he would always complain about how his eyes are not as strong as they should be. So it sounds like your eyes, since they came from, because I might not have known exactly how he got it, but I know he would always complain about, quote, that bitch's eyes. So I'm going to assume that, quote, that bitch was Nova.
Yes.
Okay. So if he stole them and it wasn't meant for him, that might not be why it's as strong. Because I do recall while I was going through his notes one time, as this weird 3-triangle pattern that he kind of drew, where it was like kind of 3 kind of equal-sided triangles that all met at the same tip. Kind of in the way that when his eyes have 2 triangles, they kind of meet at a tip. So I'm curious if yours has no triangle. Sometimes he goes from 1 to 2. I'm curious if it goes 1, 2, 3 in terms of power. I'm just trying to connect the dots for my own research. By the way, you guys were not supposed to meet Seal this time. This is coming out of nowhere.
Hey.
We weren't supposed to meet Sela?
You were not supposed to meet Sela now. 100% no. You were supposed to meet her a lot later. But she was on my random NPC tables, and Mina met her, so here we are.
Mina?
And Mina happened to ask a question that really piqued her interest. This is why I like rolling dice for events. It makes it fun for me, too. Alright. So then she kind of stops and thinks for a moment, like, okay, well, I'll continue walking with you to Last Stand. If you wish to go into the wilds, I will be your guide. Not for free, mind you. I will charge because it's dangerous for me, too.
We understand completely.
Yeah, guides always cost money, and I'll effectively only show you to the castle, and that's honestly really about as far as I'll take you. In regards to going inside, I've gone inside myself a few times. I can give you a general idea of the layout, but I have not gone that deep because, generally speaking, when it comes to the wild, a good strategy is don't go that deeper than you're comfortable with.
All right.
Okay.
Because you have to remember that as far as you go, you have to come that distance back.
True.
And camping out in the wild. This is all stuff I'll tell you when I'm your guide, of course, because I'll give you proper instructions. I'll give you proper context for everything as to what are the threats you should be careful of, etc. But is there any other questions you have for me about anything? It seems like whatever's in the castle, I might not know what's in there, but if you have an idea of what's in there, I might be able to tell you if I've seen it.
Well, that was why I was asking about about leaves, because the clue we have is that in the red brick room are some purple leaves that we need to retrieve.
Purple leaf. I don't know. I've never seen purple leaves anywhere. I know that castle is full of a variety of secret chambers and secret passages, so I assume it would be in one of those. I don't know what significance this has, but if someone went out of their way to hide it, they can hide it.
Yeah, and there are also 2 other items probably similarly hidden.
Yeah, do you have an idea
that
where
we
the
need.
other 2 are?
The clues we have are a room full of skeletons with red mushrooms and yellow with red mushrooms with yellow spots.
How much detail did I give you about that cave?
That's what I wrote down.
I wrote cave,
Okay.
skeletons, dry with yellow spots.
Because there's a lot more than skeletons in that cave, so I feel like maybe my description was not sufficient enough. This
Maybe
cave.
my vision was.
What was that?
Maybe my vision wasn't good.
No, you can see because it's a pretty disturbing sight, right? But essentially, inside this cave, you see a lot of pretty disturbing things. Not only do you see skeletons, you see just corpses and chopped up bodies, skins hanging on the wall, human skin.
The super mutant layer.
And then, as you kind of, so that is effectively what you saw. It wasn't, quote, just a bunch of skeletons. This cave in particular is especially fucked up. Including even, like, going as far as, like, on probably the side of your vision, you'd probably even see just, like, dead bodies, like, on meat hooks.
Awesome. Yeah, well, we're going to go face against the butcher, so maybe that's it.
Do you describe this to her, by the way?
I'll let the nerd do it.
Sure. But I vaguely.
So, as you tell her this, she goes pale for a second. And, yeah, she then says, "Did you see inside the executioner's home?"
Oh, so that's where. That's not good. He's got this stuff that I get it. Like
Red mushrooms with yellow spots.
Yes, thank
you. I will tell you this. If you ever want to go after that one, I will definitely need to come with you. Because you should not fight him.
You gonna stop us?
If you fight him, you will lose. So whatever you need from there, we will need to do very carefully. We will need to do it with the utmost stealth and really take our time.
On the scale of cave spider to Edar, how powerful is this guy?
About 2 steps down from Edar, I would say.
All right.
Let me tell you about the executioner real quick, okay? The executioner is effectively, it's often spread around, especially Camp Last Stand, as kind of this boogeyman of the wild, but I assure you it is real. It is this dark humanoid figure that just walks around the wild, specifically one of the lower wilds. And I'll explain what that means when we kind of start. So a lot of people who go into the wild don't see him that often because he doesn't like to go up that often. But generally speaking, people who saw him don't really get to live that long to talk about it. In fact, actually, I think to date, as I'm not sure, you haven't never heard of my stories or anything, but I believe I'm the only person to have interacted with him, and at least fought him and lived.
I think Mina did mention that.
I imagine she kind of like looks over at her. She's still starry-eyed. Like, yeah, I imagine she might be aware of that. So, I'll tell you this: you need to be careful when tackling that, because if he finds you, you might just die.
All right. Stealth mission.
What was that?
I said, all right, stealth mission.
Yeah. And she kind of goes,
well, it seems like each of these...
And if you do get caught, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm running.
Okay.
He already took my arm. I'm not letting him take anything else. If he catches a glimpse of you, we all turn tail and run, and whoever's at the back of the line, that's the lamb.
Okay.
And I promise you, I will be at the front of that line.
I mean, as long as we're prepared and know what we're going into, this is something we have to do. If we die trying, we won't need to get back to the surface.
When you intend to, well, I suppose that's true. But when you intend to go after that, I will have to sit down with you and tell you everything I know about him, his patterns, his movement, etc. Because that'll be
useful.
It'll be very important that you take it slow.
Okay.
And I'll make sure to go with you, because like I said, if your end goal is to kill Idar, I am interested in that. Partially for three reasons. Since you're being transparent with me, I'll be transparent with you. But effectively, one of my goals is to inevitably defeat Idar and take over.
Okay. Can't do much worse than what we have now.
Well, fair. I know I've told some people that, and they say, "Oh, how dare you," or something. He has fanatics.
Yeah. I mean, I may be speaking from ignorance here, but I was just considering the fact that if we're gonna challenge Idar in the first place, maybe this executioner is a good practice run.
Please don't consider him as a practice round, please. Or it. I actually don't know. To be completely fair, no one knows even what it is. It's just a humanoid shape. It's also, there's a telltale sign in the wild, too, if you ever go down there without me for some reason. If you hear a metal scraping on the floor, run the opposite direction. Because he doesn't like to lift his weapon for some reason.
Okay.
Thank you for catching the inspiration.
What was that from?
Silent Hill.
Okay.
Pyramid Head is a large inspiration for the executioner.
Got it.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Like who?
Yeah. Pyramid Head in Silent Hill, that's how he walks around. He has like a giant, massive, like Buster sword almost, and he just drags it on the ground behind him. An executioner is the exact same way. He walks. I'll do this in character. He walks very slowly. You can hear the grinding very slowly. However, if he sees you, he will not be walking slowly anymore. If you ever see his head turn towards you, suddenly he'll go from 1 mile per hour to 30. So, just very fast. It's one of those, it's like blood in the water for sharks. The moment he sees someone, it is truly terrifying. Be careful.
How do you know what a shark is?
Oh my god. You know what? No, there's underground lakes and rivers. No, she would know. There's underground lakes and rivers. There's underground sharks. Fuck it.
Canon.
Analogy works. What was that?
Shark.
No, it's I hate you. No, it's they are underwater sharks. I hope that reference was intentional, by the way.
Heck yeah, 3 sharks.
Street sharks. I love it. All right, yeah. So that's effectively all the information she has on you for the executioner so far. She'll then say, is there anything else you want to know about traveling around? Because it seems like our interests are aligned, so I guess I have somewhat of an interest in you not dying.
Well, the last clue for the things we need to collect for this mission was a twig in a room that could not be identified. So I don't think you can help us there very much.
Well, if it couldn't be identified, then I have nothing for you.
The tunnel.
Thanks. I'm not sure if you've looked around, but she kind of just looks around in a mocking way. There's a lot of those.
Yeah.
How do you know the locations of these? If you don't mind me asking.
Again, I'm my eyeballs.
So, but did he see them and then you snooped in? Is that what I'm getting at?
I think.
Okay.
I mean, we don't know why she gets visions. We're just assuming those are when Edar's looking.
That's fair. Well, you're giving me a lot of information. I'm sure that this is all information that you can disclose to me over time. Now I have a question, out of character question for the party. Do you tell her everything, or what information do you plan to withhold? Because you're about to travel with her for 2 days, so there's a lot of time for talking, and for expedience sake, we can speed some of this up. So
I would like to propose that the only thing we actually withhold is Rosie's true nature, and why we need these items. Other than that, I don't think there's anything to hide.
All right, so you share things like, Nova, and you also share about how the reason you know that he can see through your eyes and stuff like that is through not only trial and error, but because Nova told you directly and blah, 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 etc. Okay, cool. So she now knows all that. That's all fine and dandy. And after you kind of finish just giving her the info dump, and by the way, as you do this, she does actually take notes as you're kind of talking to her about this. And then after you're kind of done, she's just like, all right, that's all I need. She kind of ravels up the piece of paper and kind of puts it in her pocket. Unless there's something else, your secret's safe with me, so just don't die. What are your plans at last stand? Do you want to go straight to the castle, or do you have other plans?
I mean,
Topper?
Our main order of business is to buy the golden tickets because we have money for that now.
Okay then. Well, getting golden tickets is easy. Yunhar reacts well to money, so fine and dandy. All right. So, just to kind of explain how these travels are going to kind of go. All right. There's some information I would like from you, fine people, all right? During this traveling, right? Who is doing what during traveling? Like passive traveling?
I'll keep an eye out. I mean, I don't really need to rest at all. I mean, none of us do, but just sort of be aware, be looking around.
Okay. All right, so effectively everyone's just kind of keeping a passive watch?
Yeah, and I'm a little concerned about the bounty. Like, we know it's been cleared, but we kind of said it before, too. Like, if other people haven't heard that it's been cleared, we may be still under the same threats that we were the last time we traveled.
Yeah. But, I mean, when the bounty was raised on an almost hourly schedule, that word got out really fast. But it depends on who's willing to listen,
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So on the off chance that people are going on old information or what have you, I just want to make sure our party is safe is all.
Okay. So some of you are doing some of the good old keep watch. All right. Now, are you guys going to move at a normal pace or a slow pace?
Normal, I think, is fine.
Okay. Who has the best sneak stat?
Oof.
Stuff. Yes, sorry.
What is
I have a 6.
stealth? I have a +1 to stealth.
I'm going to assume it's Sonura that has the highest stealth with a +8. So Sonura, I'll assume that the party leaves it to you to kind of keep the party stealthy during this little adventure. But since you're moving at a normal pace, can you give me a stealth check with disadvantage? A 10. Okay. For knowing where to go, you all traveled this fast enough. You're fine.
Yeah, my Bluetooth headset ran out of battery, so I'm using just phone speaker now.
Okay, sure.
Much better.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So,
Or something.
Was I supposed to roll a stealth? Was everybody supposed to do that?
no, that was just Sonura because she's so effectively the way I'm going to do travel, kind of moving forward, is I'm going to like everyone's going to have like a task to do, right? Because I found like some nice homebrew rules about stealth that I'm going to try to incorporate over time. And the way that the sneak works, at least as they kind of recommend it, is that a character makes a dexterity check for the entire party, or a dexterity stealth check. If they're moving at a normal pace, it's made of disadvantage. At a slower pace, it's just a normal check.
Okay.
Yep. So, and for keeping watch, so since Sonura will be on stealth duty, whoever's on keep watch duty, can I get a perception check? Without disadvantage, just a normal perception check. A 15. And a 10. Okay. Okie dokie. And for foraging, none of you know how to actually forage properly yet, so. You want to try and forage? All right, give me a survival check. Give me that big survival check.
Guys, look, rocks.
I found a rock. Is this a rock or a mushroom?
Yeah, so you're walking around.
No! Oh no!
All right, so both of you are on foraging duty, and you're just kind of walking around and kind of looking at mushrooms. You'll look at it and say,
Cole and I, I'm like, this mushroom looks friendly, and Cole's like, yeah, let's take that one back.
Like, no.
Pop it right in my mouth. Oh no.
No.
You were on sneaking duty, Sonura. You're not foraging
I know,
right
I
now.
just wanted to see for fun. I was like, maybe I could just tell them like that, but I'm over here.
All right. So, just an FYI, if you guys were moving at a slow pace, those checks would have been made with advantage. Wow, crazy! Because that's how I plan on running it. So yeah, fun stuff. So you guys don't really find anything from your foraging. While you're kind of go ahead.
To be clear, though,
Yeah,
we don't we all have rations on our supplies. So foraging, as far as I'm concerned, is practice to make sure, like, in the future, eventually we're going to need to find our own food.
Yeah, and on that note, I'm going to start deducting you guys' rations. I'll assume that since you all have a lot of fresh peach cobbler, that's your meal for today.
Hell yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you this, that fresh cobbler ain't going to be good tomorrow.
No.
So I'm
Cobbler for breakfast, lunch, and dinner today, folks.
I mean, it's like noon right now, so it's effectively it's effectively lunch and dinner.
Your second breakfast.
Okay, fair. Second breakfast. Okay. Oh yeah, and then So I'll say day 1 is covered, right? And yeah, for day 1, even with 15 to perception, you don't really see anyone sneaking up on you. You kind of see some of the other adventurers pass, and none of them really seem to give you any kind of notable glance. On to day 2. Everybody make this exact same checks for day 2. Unless y'all want to do anything special while you're camping. Because since you're moving at a normal pace, if there's anything you want to do while you're camping for the day, you may do so. Okay. Sonora, give me a dexterity stealth check. Boom. All right. Even with disadvantage, it's still 14. Not bad. All right. On day 2, you still don't really find anything. You don't really have enough knowledge on kind of the flora of the area to really know what you're looking for. In regards to perception, on day 2, about kind of like halfway through the day, as you're kind of walking through a tunnel, someone kind of walks out of the shadows, and he just kind of goes, well, look what we got here. We got ourselves an orange-eyed tabaxi, eh? And then he kind of starts to walk up to the group. He's kind of like fiddling with a knife in his hand. He actually has like a butterfly knife, and he's just messing with it. And then Sela kind of looks at him and says, just don't. I'm not in the mood. Just don't. And he's like, lady, do you know who I am? Who are you telling not to, or who are you telling don't to? Huh? What do you think you're doing? And then he kind of starts to approach her a little bit. And then, as he gets as he kind of gets like a little bit too close, he kind of starts holding up the knife. But then, even though she only has one arm, she kind of quickly grabs the arm, kind of like brings him down a little bit, wraps her leg around his arm to keep him there, and then gives him like kind of 2 quick punches on the neck, and then he just kind of goes limp onto the ground.
Nice. Dragonborn monk, FTW.
And then she kind of says, he'll be up in an hour or so. She just kind of picks him up and props him against the wall. I'm sure he'll be fine.
I'm gonna take all this stuff.
You're gonna take all his stuff?
Including his clothes.
Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
Oh,
all right.
Classic Elder Scrolls loot box.
Yeah, Elder Scrolls loot boxes. I love it. All right, hold on. All right. On his person, you find... first of all, you find that butterfly knife. You find... which is just like a dagger of stats, if you're curious. You find on his person 14 gold. Ooh. You find... you have a set of common clothes now, an extra set. Congratulations. You find some rope. How much of all of his clothes are you taking? Are we like down to stark nude or okay?
Shoe.
No, underwear is part of the character model. You have to leave it.
I mean, if you want to take the dude's underwear, I'm not going to stop you.
Everything except for.
Do you take both his socks?
We're not complete monsters. I mean.
All right, so you now have,
do we find that photograph of his orphan children?
So you now have a set of common clothes, a butterfly knife, 2 butterfly knives, actually. He had 2. And, some other kind of like just basic adventure supplies he had on his person. I think I already said the rope. He's got a bedroll on his person. He has like a 2-person tent that he kind of has tucked away in his bag as well. Some rations. I'll say about 6 days of rations. Are you taking everything? Not beyond that. Okay.
He didn't have any money.
He had money. Yeah.
Oh,
Hold on.
I wasn't paying attention.
What else did I say? There you go. Add that. Go ahead and add that to your inventory.
Is there like a
Oh,
rock or
and,
something nearby I could tie him up?
A rock? Yeah, sure.
Anything.
Yeah, no, there's like stuff you can tie him to. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna use the.
Okay. Mind you, there's not like not.
Yeah, it's like basically a death sentence.
Yeah, you're basically killing this man.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right. So yeah, so you tie him to this rock. Mind you, there's no like it's not like a floor to ceiling rock, so he can if he just kind of stands up and wiggles a bit, he'll be able to get out.
I won't do it too tightly.
Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, sure.
And
so
in the spot in the dirt in front of right in the I'm watching.
What?
Yeah, just
Wait, are you gonna wait here?
No, just when it wakes
he's
up,
just waiting in the
he'll see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're doing all this, and Seal is kind of looking at you like, okay, I guess, but it's a little bit over the top.
No, let him do this side of him. Wouldn't understand what he was like before.
What was he like before? I don't want. Okay, sure. Okay, that's okay. I mean, as long as he doesn't, I don't know, like cut him open and start drinking his blood, I guess I don't really have too much of an issue with it. Okay. Well, are we?
You haven't gone that far yet.
What?
I haven't met any vampires yet.
Yeah.
Like there's talking about this.
Yeah, there's a few down here. They're kind of few and far between, but there's a few. There's like a small vampire coven that hangs out in the wild because they're strong enough to just hang out down there.
Great.
There's like a couple of dozen of them around there.
Well, what you're saying is we need to be vampires to be able to survive the wild.
I would not willingly accept that. I don't know if that's something that I would just say, hey, I want to be a vampire. I would avoid that. But hey, that's on you if you want to do that. Because if you go up and ask, because they're mostly peaceful. They're not aggressive, right? They
vegan?
No, they still need blood, but actually, what they do, it's actually kind of fascinating. They'll actually go to Camp Last Stand and pay people to let them drink their blood.
Fun.
Because I don't know how the magic works, but apparently if you can drink someone else's blood without turning them into a vampire. So that's like one of the ways that they feed is that they just kind of stop by and just pay someone some gold and just like, hey, let me just drink a bunch of your blood.
All right.
How much they?
I know, right? I mean, I don't have that much blood,
but they pay like 10 to 20 or something around there.
20 platinum might be worth.
Gold. Sorry, it's gold. And effectively, it just kind of, knocks you out of commission for a little bit, like a day.
Maybe if they take me out to dinner first.
What was that?
And maybe if they take me out to dinner first.
That is
dinner, and then food lighting and then the gold.
Well, it's just I mean, I did it once out of curiosity because I was just like, no, they haven't turned to a vampire yet. I'll let them drink some of my blood, sure. And I just felt really lightheaded afterwards. That's really it. There have been some people who faint because it is blood loss after all. So, yeah. Out of character. Effectively, if you take a vampire up on that offer, you take a level of exhaustion. Yeah, that's all that really means.
Normal.
Yeah. Well, you get 10 to 20 gold and you take a level of exhaustion. That's what it is. However, remember, Mina does have a ration that removes exhaustion.
Cough, cough.
Friendly reminder.
Well, we're not that desperate for money right now, but it might be an interesting experience.
It's like blood donation.
I mean, the other side of that is if they're offering that per person, and if one of us has exhaustion, the entire party's out of commission, and it doesn't hurt us anymore for us all to have exhaustion. So if we could all take it on one day and just make 20 gold per party member.
Yeah.
If there's that many vampires offering.
And we can only hope that the oven is.
Yeah. We'll be in Last Stand quite a bit. I'm sure they'll be there at some point when we are. Might not be this time.
They have a tendency to visit like once a week or so. They like to live out in the wild because they're strong enough to live out in the wild, and they don't like people interfering with whatever they do out there. They're actually largely peaceful.
Sound like
it's funny. Go ahead.
I wonder if we could negotiate tactical support in the Red Castle raid instead of 20 gold.
They might not be willing to do that. I mean, that's
all right.
That's a question for them. That's not a question for me because, yeah.
I'm just thinking outside the box.
Well, if we go with the whole group donating, I'll donate to one guy and be like,
I mean, Sela's going to help us get there, but I'm just saying.
I can easily take you there.
Yeah. But, I mean, Sela also said she's not going into the castle with us, and it's still very dangerous. So that's why I was thinking having, extra melee support might be a good idea. Yeah. If we could find somebody who's willing to come into the castle with us for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm agreeing.
Effectively, my reputation is enough to get me money to just teach people about the wild. I have so much experience there that I can take you to places and say, hey, this is a place, good luck, have fun, and maybe I'll see you back at Last Stand, maybe not, good luck.
Yeah, well, we're not sore about your conditions. I'm just trying to find other ways to get what we're looking for, so I'm not trying to talk you into coming into the keep with us.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. I'm just saying that's why I'm not going. I'm retired for a reason. I don't have an arm, and I
also,
honestly,
you're valuable to us as a source of information too. Like, provided we survive the mission, we'd like to be able to use you as an information source for other stuff about the wild in the future.
Yeah, and if you can assist in killing Idar, then that's I'll take it. If that's the eventual end goal that we reach, then that's great.
Yeah, you do understand that we've told you a lot of this in confidence over the course of us building trust with each other. So I hope that this doesn't spread. There's a group of adventurers planning to take down Idar.
That will not happen.
Thank you.
There are some groups that you might want to try and find, but they're hard to come by. It's a group of it's a thieves guild in Idaria, but being a thieves guild, they're hard to find. But I know that they've put in a great deal of effort to try and root out Idar, but they've tried assassination attempts and stuff like that. None of them have really worked.
All right. Yeah. But any list of potential allies, we will follow up on.
Yeah, but again, the Thieves Guild, that's good. That's going to be a little hard to find. Like, I know a lot, but if you ask me where they are, I can't even tell you that. Wouldn't be much of a thieves' guild if they were easy to track. And the journey continues for the day. Everyone deduct 1 ration from their inventory. Yeah.
Oh dear.
And to be clear, you said you're going at a normal pace, right?
Yep.
Yeah, not the forward.
Excellent. Because then at the end of this day, you arrive to the last stand camp. You kind of walk up. Again, there's like this giant stone wall that surrounds the whole thing. And you kind of walk up to the gate. And someone kind of pokes their head over. Is like, you got tickets?
Came to buy some.
Ah, excellent. 1 second. But like before he kind of pops back down, Seal is just like, wait. She kind of waves hers in the air, and he's just like, you can come in. And then he kind of opens the door enough, like, I'll meet you inside. I want to put my head down. And then she just kind of walks in, kind of leaving you all out there for now.
Okay.
And some time passes after the door kind of closes, and after some time, you start to hear a kind of a familiar sound that's a little bit hard to describe. The best way to describe it is you just kind of hear, new friends! Welcome. Ooh, I'm sure you're here to get a golden ticket. And you see Gunhar's like head kind of poke over the top of the wall. And he kind of waves back, and it's just like, so, have you brought the gold? Ooh, excellent. And then you kind of see his head disappear, and you hear from behind the wall, and the door kind of opens, and he's kind of standing there with just like this human male kind of next to him. They both kind of walk out, and then the guy says, all right, how many are you buying?
How many are we buying? We have 1. How many other people are in the group? 6? There's 5 other people. Okay. 5 tickets.
All right, that's 500 gold.
To keep things simple, let's use the ticket we have for Mina, and each of us pay 100 gold for our own tickets. Does that make sense?
Or 10 platinum. Whichever works best for y'all.
Or what?
Or 10 platinum.
10 platinum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sound like a plan? Everybody agrees, or do we want to try something else?
No, we're good.
Excellent. So everyone deduct either 10 platinum or 100 gold, whichever is best for your inventory, or do whatever conversions you need. And after you kind of pass all this gold over, the man next to Gunhar just kind of takes a second, is counting them, right? Because it is a lot, so he is making sure to double count and everything. And while he's counting, Gunhar is going to look and say, so, you're here to come back? Are you going to go into the wild?
We have a number of destinations, but we would like to stay here and get some supplies.
Oh, well, there's no shortness of supplies around here. And then after some time, but every time he laughs, the guy next to him just kind of looks irritated, and he kind of rubs his head a little bit. Oh God, I'm sick of this shit. And then he kind of continues counting the money. Pounding. That's how his head feels right now. And inevitably he says, yep, all good. And then he kind of reaches into the bag, takes out kind of 5 little pamphlets and hands one to each of you and says, all right, so the rules. If you lose that ticket, we don't care. You need that on you or you're not allowed in. End of story. You drop it somewhere, you better buy another one. Someone steals it off your person, you better buy another one. Or what have you. That's up to you to figure out. That's not up to us. We don't keep a list of people who have paid because, quite frankly, a lot of them die shortly after they buy the ticket, so I don't really care. Other rules to keep in mind: don't negotiate with the shopkeepers about prices. They're fixed and set in stone because we charge a tax on it, because we need to make money for defense and etc. 2, there is no fighting within the city walls. If you're caught fighting, we will search you, remove your ticket, and throw you out. We don't care. Just don't fight. Are we all in agreement there?
Yes.
Excellent. So, with that in mind, welcome to the camp. And then the gates kind of open a little bit wider, kind of allowing you passage, and he starts to walk back, and Gienhar kind of turns around and starts walking back up to the camp as well. And inside the camp, as you all enter, is the same site that you saw from before. You see kind of like this little canteen area where a lot of people are gathered, just kind of eating food. You see kind of like a blacksmith off on one corner, and in another area you kind of see that person you kind of spoke to earlier about the spell scrolls. You kind of talked to that person earlier. You see kind of what looks like a medic tent. And also you kind of see a big kind of barracks-like building where people stay for the night. And you kind of see Sela just kind of off on a bench, just kind of lying down by herself, just kind of, just looking up. Looks like she's eating like a piece of jerky or something. She's over by the canteen area, just kind of laying down on a bench. But Gienhar does see her, right? And Gienhar sees her and says, "Oh, look who's back! I thought you retired." And then she just kind of continues looking up. She's like, "Please leave me alone. I have a headache because of you." And he's just like, well, same pleasantness as usual, I see. And he just kind of walks away and lets her be, and she just kind of continues to lay there for a bit. What do y'all do now that you're back at Camp Last Stand? You have golden tickets.
Woohoo!
It's very Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I enjoy it very much.
Yes. I make a lot of references because I like references.
Yeah. Especially because we found one in a package of drow.
Yeah. So what do y'all do?
I'm going to take my red ink and I'm going to start trying to dye the lenses of goggles inside.
How do I want to roll this?
Don't know.
Ink on glass.
Get red.
All right. Well, so I'll tell you this. You're able to do that. You really cannot see a lot when you do this. Your vision is pretty messed up. This is not even like a tint. This is effectively like I don't know how else to say this, but you really cannot see a lot.
That's why I didn't buy paint.
I mean, it is translucent, but it's effectively like it's kind of like, how can I say this? Because I'm looking at I just like looked up
a wash.
What's up?
She can turn it into a wash.
A wash?
Yeah, wash.
Yeah, you water it down. You water it down,
It's
and then it's not as opaque.
Okay. Yeah, you could try doing that. Yeah.
Figured I would have to.
Well, straight up ink would be pretty dark, though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because like, just straight ink is. If you do water it down, I'll allow you to like just make it a tinge, but you're gonna have to water it down a lot. Let the glass sit in there for a bit. because I don't know how glass dyeing works. I'm going to be completely honest.
I'm Googling it. It's hard to find good information on it.
Excellent. But from what I've seen, even like glass art, it looks like, unless you're an expert at it, like the ink will still look really smoky. It won't really look clear.
Yeah.
It's not like you're dyeing glass.
Sonora, you could just make it like snow blindness goggles where you've just got a slit. It covers up the majority of the lens,
That's true.
but you've got the visibility.
Oh, yeah, that's not bad.
That'd work, I think.
You'd be like a Tuscan Raider.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like glasses have the goggles on.
Yeah, I think snow blindness goggles would do the trick. I think because you really, if you just quickly Google it, you'll see what I mean. Like you can still see, but it's more meant so you don't like lose your vision when you're like in the Arctic and stuff. But
Right.
you can still, I'm pretty sure you can still see. I mean, but that's up to the DM whether he wants to penalize you on like perception based stuff or not. Or
I probably won't, to be honest. If it's like, because if it is just like a slit, then you're still seeing, like your vision's slightly restricted, but it's like if you know where to look, it's effectively one of those things that I would give you disadvantage on like vision perception checks if it's like outside your range of vision, right? But if you're looking at it, then you're looking at it. Like other people have peripheral vision, whereas yours will be not good.
Yeah.
like, unless your like eyes are full on glowing, that should do the trick, I would think.
Yeah, because they're just colored orange, right? They're not emitting light.
Yeah, they're just colored orange. They're not emitting light right now. Yeah.
Because like even just regular goggles could be enough to conceal a color, because it's harder to see someone's eyes through a lens.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's true. Yeah, that could also work. Yeah.
And as far as tinting and stuff, I found that like just holding glass over a candle to get a little bit of soot on them can darken them, and you can control that a little bit. But it can also get really dark if you're not doing it perfectly. So that's the best I could find when I was searching about how to do that kind of stuff with the available technology in the D&D world.
Yeah, but there's got to be a glass blower or a glass maker.
Yeah, the other option is to commission custom blown glass that has color.
Thought about that too. Why? I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what.
All right, you're just gonna try to put ink on the glass then? Okay. If you water it down, yeah, if you water it down enough, I'm willing to like let you still kind of see through it, you know. But it's your vision's gonna be a little smoky, you know. Keep that in mind because you're not an expert at this at all. I'll go as far as to say you just don't know what you're doing. So like you'll see, so effectively in your vision, you kind of have like blotches of ink in places where you might not want it. It's these like swirls where you don't want it and stuff like that. So I'll say that if you have these on, I would give you probably like disadvantage on perception checks that rely on vision. If you have them on, whether or not you want to have them on at any given time, that's up to you. All right, anything else people want to do at the Last Stand camp?
What's our next course of action? Are we actually going to go into the wilds right away?
Yeah,
Anybody have an opinion on this?
I think so. I don't think
Okay.
we really had anything else we were.
I mean, I have to have my uniform ceremony, but that is not a high priority task. We can do that on the way back.
Also, there was talk last session about y'all going to the spider cave.
Yeah, clearing the path all the way to back and is another thing, but that's also going to be, I mean, basically both of these things are full on side quests, you know, so we just have to pick one and commit to it. I think since we have an ally for this one, we should follow through with that, unless we think we should level up a little bit. But then, you know, hordes of spiders might also require a level up. So,
Well, we'll never know unless we try.
I know, right? I say let's go with the ally we have and go into the wilds.
I'm good with that.
Well, we should buy some rations if that's the
We
case.
should, yeah.
Yes, agreed. And last time we were here, I talked to a vendor about one-time use magic items like scrolls and wands. Now that I have enough money, I changed how I was taking notes since then, so I don't have the notes about what they told me things cost, but I am interested in actually buying things now.
Okay. I'm loading up my own shop list right now.
I'm guessing like an actual wand of like magic missile or something is going to be out of my price range, but still want to ask.
Yeah.
But short of that, a couple scrolls might be a good idea, just as backup access to things I don't have as standard spells. Let me see.
Just a reminder, a spell scroll is illegible to people who don't have that spell in their class list.
Yes, I need to. So what I'm looking for is, because I'm a sorcerer, I don't have access to the entire spell list. I have access only to the spells that I've selected as my known spells.
Yep.
So something like sleep isn't on my list. As I don't know sleep, but sleep is a very useful tactical spell in narrow circumstances. So that's the kind of thing that would be really useful to have as a scroll.
Okay.
So yeah, so sleep specifically is something I'm looking for a scroll of. And
What, is he going to go up to the shopkeep and talk to them first?
Yeah. I'll go to the shopkeep I talked to last time.
All right, yeah, so you walk into the shopkeep, they kind of see you walk up and say, "Hey, what can I get for you?"
Hi, I'm looking to purchase some scrolls of sleep.
Of sleep. That's actually a popular request because people use that for a survival, you know?
Yeah,
I drop that and run. So we do have those. We charge 60 for them.
Oh, that's very reasonable. I will take 2 of those.
We might not have 2.
Okay.
Let me go check. Roll a percentage for me. Give me a D100.
Okay.
If you beat a 75, they have 2.
All right. I lost my tab. Oh, here it is. Okay.
We'll roll it like in the chat.
D100. Yeah, got it.
They only got the 1.
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay, so go ahead and deduct 60 gold. He gives you a scroll of sleep.
Okay. Let's see. That's and I was trying to see if there was another level 1 spell that I was interested in, but I think that'll do for now. Actually, for a level 2 spell like blur, what's your price on something like that, or invisibility?
For blur or invisibility. Give me a second to even look that spell up, because honestly, I forgot what blur does. Okay, yeah, no, he would definitely have a blur. What do you have? Just blurs. Roll another percentage dice. If you get above a 20, he's got it.
Okay.
Because this magic shop doesn't have everything. So
yeah, no, that's understandable. I've just
the more priority, the less likely they have it.
The more what?
The less likely they have it. All right, yeah, they have a scroll of blur.
How much is a scroll of blur?
A scroll of blur on my shopping list is 120 gold.
Okay, that I cannot afford that and the sleep spell, so I will come back when I have a little more money. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you for your business. And he kind of takes the gold, gathers it up, and kind of puts it in a little container behind the counter.
One scroll of sleep. I'm assuming paper has a weight of 0. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, you're good. It's
Okay.
just paper. The straw that broke the camel's back, you just like, I'll take one scroll, like spell scroll, please. Crack. Oh!
Well, now my total weight is 103.7400000001.
I gotta look at that at some point. I don't know why that's only happening to you. It's very interesting.
It's just floating point errors because I have a couple things like crossbow bolts are 0.07.
Right, but other people have like crossbow bolts, but they're not getting the same thing. I'll look at it later. We'll see.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else people want to do at Camp Last Stand?
I'd like to. I know I said I had enough crossbows arrows, but can I swing by the old conga line?
The conga line is at
the other city.
Oh shoot! Never mind. I thought
there is a blacksmith here, however.
Oh, I thought he was here. Yeah, let's go there. Or I'll go there. Sorry, if that's okay.
Of course. Yeah. No. Do whatever you want. All right. So you kind of walk up to the blacksmith. You see a guy kind of hammering away at something in the back, and this woman kind of sees you, walks up. Do you need something?
Yes. I'm wondering how much your arrows are here.
Well, how good do you want the arrows to be?
Well, pretty good. I don't need the best arrows, but I'd like them to be true.
Well, we got these, and she kind of takes out just like a bundle of arrows. And I'm not sure if you read all my homebrew rules on ammo.
Yes,
I think you described it to us last time.
Yeah, so effectively, she kind of takes out like a bundle. Like, well, these are common arrows. You can find these anywhere. The issue with them is that they break on impact. They get etc. Because the material's not as good, right? But for what you pay, a gold for 20. Not bad. But she leans behind the counter, takes out a very small bundle of like just 4 arrows, right? It's expensive. This is 100 gold for 4 arrows. But let me tell you something. These don't break and these hit harder. This is +1 ammunition. +1 ammunition.
Are they magic?
For the sake of gameplay reasons, yes. But like they're just very well made is essentially what it is.
So they're masterwork arrows.
Yeah, they're effectively masterwork arrows, yeah. And essentially to explain what that means, right, is that when you use +1 arrows, you have a +1 on the attack roll and a +1 on the damage roll.
Yeah. How much is he charging for this?
100 for 4.
100 for 4.
I mean, if
that's a bit expensive for what I'm looking for, honestly. Is there any way
if arrows are your primary means of attack, though, I think that's a really good deal. I will give you 25 gold to supplement your purchase if you need it.
I have one between you and I, not her. I have 100, but that's it.
And an important thing to note, I did say that these arrows will not break as long as you
have to retrieve it.
Well, so I put in like the kind of like homebrew rules there that if you can get the arrows, I'll assume that you just got them. As long as you weren't like in a time crunch, right? So say combat's over and it's kind of quiet a little bit and you have a few minutes to kind of gather all your stuff. I'm just going to assume that you get it.
Yeah.
Right.
But if you did something like fire it over a canyon or something, yeah, that's going to be a little harder to get back, I think.
Or if you shoot something and you don't kill it and it runs away.
Right, exactly. Yeah, stuff like that.
What did you say the properties of the arrows were again?
They're +1 arrows, so they get +1 to attack and +1 to damage.
So they're magical arrows. Yeah.
Effectively, yeah.
Okay. Is there any room for barter on that price?
We're not supposed to barter.
All of our prices here are final.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll pick those up then.
Okay. And then she kind of, pushes those forward. You now have 4 +1 arrows. Go ahead and deduct 100 gold. At some point, either tonight or before our next session, I'll make an update to your character sheet of with +1 and without +1 arrows.
Okay. Yeah.
Just so that way it's kind of easier for you to just hit different buttons and it's less math on the spot.
Thank you. I've added them sort of to my... Anyway, I'm sure you'll see it. I've put them in a spot that made sense to me, but they probably don't need to stay there.
Special arrows. I like it. This reminds me, you should have more stuff in your inventory. I'll be sure to add that later.
I was too lazy, to be completely honest with you. I can do that if you would rather not. Roll20 was new to me, so I didn't really know where to put things, so...
Sure. Yeah. I'll probably go ahead and just I'll add those for you at some point. It's a lot of just basic stuff like roll,
starting equipment.
Yeah, it's a lot of starting equipment. Yeah.
I've been back and forth sort of using D&D Beyond. It's all over there because that's where I created my character and then sort of tried to roll it all over to Roll20 and it was tedious. So I said, I'll do it later. And here we are.
One interesting thing is that I saw you don't have armor on your page, which might mean that you've been playing with a lower AC this whole time. So, one second.
We might have manually added
it. I think we manually did some of that.
It doesn't look like you did because it's still 10 plus your dexterity.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see what your starting equipment is. You can either start with leather armor, but since you start with the longbow, so you start with leather armor.
Sorry, guys.
No, don't worry about it. No, don't worry about
it. This is important stuff to figure out before we go to a boss fight.
Yeah. All right. Leather armor.
Yeah,
drop. You went from 13 to 14. Woo!
That's why we should use this.
I was going to say, on my D&D Beyond, it's 14. I never noticed that, and it was only 13 over here, so thank you.
Yep. So, yeah, I'll fix all that later for you. I never, stopped and, looked at your inventory to realize, oh, okay.
She's needy.
It's all right. There's 2 different options for starting packs. I'll send you both of them on a different day, and I'll just ask you which of these do you want. Also, technically, you had an option of a martial weapon and a shield, or 2 martial weapons. So that's another thing I'll have to ask you at some point. I did see that you took 2 hand axes.
Yes.
Actually, can you link me your D&D Beyond sheet? You know what? We'll handle this later.
Sorry.
No, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's all part of the learning process. We're learning here.
Thank you. Okay. Well, that's all I needed to do there. Then I did pick up those special arrows, and I'm good.
Okay. Excellent. Anything else for anybody else?
Oh, I was going to say I should probably manage my inventory a little bit. I have some stuff that I'm carrying around I probably don't need. I'm not expecting to need to sell it, but I'd rather not just like leave it on the ground in a cave somewhere. I have 10 torches and a tinderbox that there's really no reason for me to carry these around anymore now that I'm a pretty, fire-based sorcerer. So, first off, does anybody else in the party need any of these things, or can I just like turn them into the general store and say, give these to somebody who needs them?
To a good home.
Yeah.
I don't need. I think I have dark vision.
Okay.
Tinderbox is mostly to make fire.
It starts a flame, yeah. So it's either to light a torch or to light a campfire.
Oh, sorry, I heard that you had torches. Sorry.
I have 10 torches and a tinderbox that I'm getting rid of. I think that's all I'm going to get rid of at this point. Oh, okay. I'm going to see if there's a store that has a silk rope.
A silk rope. Okay. Silk rope. All right. Well, there's like a pseudo general store that you kind of see off in like one of the corners that sells like just basic adventuring supplies that they feel like people might need. So you kind of walk up. The lady behind the counter looks at you and says, what can I get you?
I am looking for a silk rope.
A silk rope. I don't.
I know it's not a common item. I'm looking for a rope that's not as heavy as the one I currently have.
Good call.
Gotcha. Well, we don't have any silk rope, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. We don't really have any of that.
All right. I'll have to figure that out on my own. There's plenty of spider silk around here. Maybe I'll figure it out on my own.
I was just going to say that. Maybe we'll collect some in the cave for you while we and just braid a rope.
Well, the spiders are more up north. We don't get as many down here.
All right. Well, I'll keep looking then. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry I can help you out.
Oh, wait. I'm still in the general store. I give them my torches and a tinderbox and say, I don't have any use for these. You can make sure they get passed on to a worthy person.
Oh, well, so I'll be honest. I'm not going to pay for the torches, but I'll give you the 2 silver for the tinderbox.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. She just assumed that you're selling it. Yeah. So
keep the torches too, though. I'm not going to carry them out of here unless I get in trouble for leaving them on your counter.
Oh, people buy them. Don't worry. They're just a copper each. So.
Yeah, I understand.
And then she just kind of grabs it all, kind of brings it behind. You see her kind of put it onto shelves that are behind her. Anything else that people want to do?
All right, I'm done.
What's the plan, folks?
I think we want to head into the wilds. Well, do we need to do any kind of? Did Sela say she needed to tell us more about the wilds before we went in there, or is she just gonna tell us as we go and give us directions to the Red Keep?
Mostly kind of an as you go kind of thing. Because she kind of assumed that you had other things that you had to do before going in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do y'all want to do?
I say let's go tell Sela we're ready to go, and see if she has any final recommendations for stuff to bring.
All right, yeah. So you kind of walk over to the bench. It looks like Sela actually fell asleep on the bench.
Oh. Well, maybe we should wait a day. I feel bad waking her up, but she should probably sleep somewhere more comfortable anyway.
Yeah.
I'll wake her up.
All right, so you kind of give her a nudge, and she kind of shakes away like, oh,
Hey.
sorry.
I'm sorry for disturbing you. I thought you might want to sleep somewhere a little more comfortable. Is this normal for you to just sleep on benches?
I've slept in worse.
Oh, I'm sure you have. We have as well, but we're in a nice little settlement here that actually has beds. I was coming to let you know that we are ready to head into the wilds. If you had any recommendations for stuff to us, if you had any recommendations for us to prepare for, and when you would be available to leave. I guess we also need to negotiate what your price is to be our guide.
Yeah, my price to be the guide is 200 gold for your lot.
Okay.
And I'll take you to, it's not the Red Keep, it's actually called the Blood Castle, but...
Blood Castle. Sounds great.
It got the name because people die in there. It's a red castle. It's a fun time.
All right. Okay. And I mean, you look tired, so I'm guessing we would be able to leave in the morning.
No. I'm fine.
Okay.
I just nod off whenever I kind of sit still for a long time.
Like a shark? Okay.
I just. If you just lay down somewhere, sometimes you just nod off. I don't know. That's all it really was. I just laid down here for a while and just Gunhar annoyed me, and then I just ignored him. He walked away, and I just nodded off. But if I'm up and walking around, I can navigate fine. Trust me, I'm very familiar with my limits.
All right. So we're ready to leave when you are.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to discuss with the group because I don't actually have 200 gold on me. We need to pool our money. Is everybody okay with that price?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if this falls into the category of no negotiation, but I feel like it's also a valuable service going into a dangerous space like this.
Well, allow me to tell you. Specifically, they said in regards to the whole no negotiation things, that is with people who are vendors of Camp Last Stand.
Okay. So this doesn't count.
She is not a vendor of Camp Last Stand. She's just like a person.
All right.
That hangs out here. So you can try to negotiate with her if you really want.
I mean, I wouldn't feel safe lowballing her when we need her services. And if we were to negotiate, I wouldn't really want to offer anything less than maybe 180. So it doesn't feel like it's worth even trying.
That's up to you.
I'm just telling the rest of the group my thoughts. What do you guys have to say?
I'd be pretty on board with that, honestly. I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head. If we nickel and dime her, she may be less inclined to give us her best service if she feels like we've maybe insulted her by offering less for her expertise.
Yeah.
I'm pretty okay with that.
Okay. And I'm looking at my coins. I have between silver, gold, and platinum, I have just over 200 gold in coins. So I could pay for all of this, but it would probably be better for us to pool our money a little bit.
Is platinum the last thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I have 40 of those.
Yeah, so 200 gold would be...
Did you pay for your ticket?
Oh, I did. I had 200 gold.
Okay, so you took out your gold. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, just making
Yeah.
sure. Oh, sorry, yeah, because you didn't buy anything when you all went shopping. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Wait.
Magnifying glass was not to my taste.
Wait. One platinum is 10 gold?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I had a math problem in my head. So 20 platinum is the same as 200 gold.
Yep.
Okay. So I guess if we all...
Does Mina count? Can we make Mina chip in money?
I don't think Mina has money that is
Y'all have given her
anywhere near
no
the scale
money.
of what we have.
Mina
Y'all have given her no money.
If we all put in 4 platinum, that will get 200 gold, and then we can just pay with that.
4 platinum?
If each of the 5 of us pay 40 gold or 4 platinum,
Okay.
that will total to 200 gold.
I'm happy to do that.
Well, I'm broke. I can't do that.
You're broke. I can chip in yours.
I've got 4 silver and 3 gold.
Yep. I'll chip
Okay. Well, then...
Wait, what?
What?
Wait, how are you broke?
I paid 100 gold pieces for the ticket, didn't we?
But did you not add the 40 platinum that you got last time?
Yeah, everybody should have gotten platinum from something.
Yeah, I probably did. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I was like, yeah, like you said you're broke, and I'm like, what are you talking about? You're broke.
Look at that. You're rich now,
Rich again.
David.
Okay.
Bam, rich boy now.
Okay. So everybody's deducting 40 gold or 4 platinum to pool our money to pay for a guide.
Okay. Done.
All right. Time check, 15 minutes to normal stop time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, you kind of hand her the gold. She kind of steps up and she starts doing these. She immediately kind of like starts like hypering herself up a little bit. She's doing like some jogging in place a little bit. She's kind of doing some stretches. She does that dancer split that you see dancers do, where she just like lifts one of her legs straight up into the air.
Nice.
And then like she kind of shakes it off a little bit. She's like, all right, so I'm going to tell you how this is going to go. Wild. Dangerous. If I say duck, you duck. I say hide, you hide. I say run, you run. Got it?
Got it.
Yep.
Excellent. I want to give you a brief history of what the wild actually is to kind of give you some idea as to what we're about to go into. So, long ago, all right, back before I was even born, mind you, the entire caves, all of the caves, were effectively completely filled with monsters. Over the course of the last several hundred years, people like us, right, adventurers, have fought to kind of push them back over the years, at least as best as we can. Kind of slowly reclaiming territory for what we need. All right? That being said, this is effectively the border of our territory and their territory. So, once we go out that gate and go down several hundred feet or so, we're in their territory. That's bad. So that's a big thing to keep in mind. Now, other things to note. To go to the Red Castle and come back, it is 2 days travel there and 2 days travel back. So you're going to need supplies for 4 days just to make it there. And depending on how long you're there for, that's an entirely different question. So let's say if you all have enough supplies for 7 days, make sure you're only inside the castle for 3. If for some reason you want to spend multiple days in there, up to you.
Okay.
So does everyone have enough rations and food to be able to last them all that time? We're good. Water check, food check, yes?
I have 8 days of rations. I should probably buy a few more. Anybody else?
I'm just thinking. Ooh, yeah, I only have 7.
I've got 9.
Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't hurt us to have more. I mean, I think we still have peach cobbler or no?
No,
That's gone.
that was just the first day of the travel.
That was
That is-
crispy. It's got a little penicillin. Yeah, I probably need some too then because I only have 7 rations. So
I'd say so. He said how many days there and back? 2.
She said it's 2 days to get there, 2 days to come back.
Okay, so 4 days is going to be committed to travel time.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think it's just standard. It's probably just standard equipment to have 10 on hand, and whenever we have access to stock up on rations, we should just stock up to 10.
okay.
Does that sound right for everybody?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should all be pretty close to.
Yeah.
For rations, just to kind of help you kind of understand the math behind that, each one ration is 5 silver.
Okay.
Right, and you can just buy it from like the general store. Like you just walk up, or you can also go to the canteen. They have it there as well, and you can just say like, "Hey, can I have rations for, or can I have like 10 sets of rations or something?" And they'll just be like, "All right, cool, 5 gold, please."
Okay. I'm buying 2 sets of rations to bring myself up to 10 total rations.
All right, so you deduct 1 gold. All right. Anyone else buying more rations, or are you just kind of doing the math on your own there?
I need 3.
All right, so go ahead and add 3 rations and deduct a gold and a half, unless any of you want to interact with the merchant in character.
30. No,
Uh,
I'm okay. I think.
For stuff this basic, thank you for letting us just do the math.
Right? Yeah.
Some of us don't do math well. 1.
What was your question?
I don't even know how to articulate my question. 1. Flat.
1.5 gold is 15 silver.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's 10.
Platinum
gold.
is 10 gold. Okay, so then 10.
Well, if you lose 10 gold if you're buying 20 rations.
No, I think she's converting platinum to gold so she can buy rations.
That's what I'm
So-
saying. Sorry.
So what you do is deduct 1 from the platinum first, and then add 10 to your gold. Then deduct the cost of rations. It'll be less confusing that way.
Yep.
Okay.
Also, when it comes to money conversion, my rule is that if you're near a merchant who is nice, you can just do it and you're fine. But out in the wild, you obviously cannot.
Okay.
Because there's no one to exchange the platinum for gold just near you. It's like, oh man, we found so much copper pieces on this enemy. Some banker just comes around the corner. Do you need someone to convert that for you?
Yeah. I did that to a party once. They found a monster lair that just had like thousands and thousands of copper pieces, and they tried to drag it all back to town, and I was like, you guys can't even move carrying all that.
That's one of the reasons I like weight, though. It makes it so that way if people are going into a dungeon, they have to be picky in what they want to bring back.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm spending my lower units and holding on to that platinum, because that's good for me when I have to like count every pound I'm carrying.
Yep. And platinum is actually kind of rare, FYI.
So that's why it's 10 gold.
Well, just like as a material, like on its own, platinum is rare, right? But because it's Edar and he's a dragon, he's got it,
Yeah.
And he was just like, yeah, sure, here's like 200 plat. I don't care.
Bahamut, the platinum dragon.
And did you say that it's 10 silver for 1 gold? as well?
Yeah, it's 10 silver for 1 gold, and each ration is 5 silver. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay, I think I've got it.
Okay. Anyone else want to?
It's really not the strong point, so
Yeah.
You're good.
And
You're good.
the middle coin on our thing that is the circle one that looks like a silver coin, that's Electrum, and we're just ignoring that. The triangular one is the silver piece where we should have our silver coins marked in.
Oh dear. Okay. Thank you for mentioning that, because I definitely put it in the wrong spot.
Gotcha. Okay.
0.
So ignoring Electrum, everything it goes up by tens.
Perfect.
10 copper is 1 silver, 10 silver is 1 gold, 10 gold is 1 platinum.
That makes it a little bit easier for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Harry Potter money.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Is everyone finished with their shopping and all their preparation?
I'm good, yep.
Okay. So in that case, you kind of walk up to the southern gate now, which is kind of the opposite side of which you came in. And she'll say, all right, well, let's go. And then she kind of signals to the guards at that gate to kind of open it up, and the doors open up, and you all begin to kind of walk down this tunnel. As you walk down, you don't see anything right away, and she kind of goes on to explain that you don't have to worry about monsters at this point because monsters up here are very sparse and extremely few and far between. And then she will go on to explain the following. There are 3 levels in the wild. There's upper, middle, and lower. The upper wild, that's where we are right now. Monsters hang out here sometimes, but they're pretty few and far between. If you have any adventure and experience, you can kind of walk around up here. Nothing too bad happens. The castle is in the middle wild. That's where the monsters get a bit more dense and a little bit scarier. In the lower wild, that's where you have things that you probably don't want to fight. That's where the executioner hangs out. That's where just a lot of extremely terrifying and really strong enemies just hang out. There's a reason why I don't go down there that often. And if at some point in the future we're going to infiltrate the executioner's home, you kind of see her shudder for a bit.
No.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh.
Yeah, that's later. We're going to start castle first. Let's start with the castle. And then she will kind of continue going forward. And eventually you reach kind of this edge of a cliff, right? That kind of sharply goes down. And at the kind of like the edge of this cliff, you kind of see like 2 guards that are just kind of there, kind of hanging out at the top. And she kind of nods to him and she says, well, this is where it gets bad. And then she kind of points down the cliff, and you see like this long pathway that kind of spirals down really far. You can't even really see the bottom of this cliff. And she says, once we get down there, it's time to be on full alert. Everyone, bring your A game, and watch your footing, because if you fall, then that's bad. And then you begin your descent down these kind of like stairs. It's not stairs, it's like a pathway, really. That kind of slowly slope down, so it feels like you're kind of walking forever almost. And eventually you get down to the bottom. Welcome to the wilds, and we'll pick up in 2 weeks.
Oh. I have like Game of Thrones stuck in my head now.
So, oh boy, I was not expecting you guys to go to the wilds, mostly because I wasn't expecting to meet Sela. Here we are.
That was funny that I threw out at the very beginning that those were our 2 options of where we were going to end up, was either the wilds or back.
Yeah, well, so I knew that you guys had the options for the wilds, but I was like, yeah, but they don't really know a lot about it, right? Unless they meet an NPC that's really knowledgeable. Hey, what's Nina doing? Oh, she just met the cobra. Well, here goes my improv skills. Oh boy.
That was good. It did not feel unplanned at all. I think everything is fine. So,
Well, yeah, because you were supposed to meet the Cobra after you deal with the castle.
Oh.
oh,
Because then it's like I would have dropped hints that, the next spot is like where the executioner hides. You would have talked to people like, what do you know about the executioner? It's just like, oh, you want to talk to someone about the executioner, you got to talk to the Cobra, right? And that was like a path to eventually lead you to her, right? But I guess the random NPC list was just in Mina's favor today. Okay.
that's cool. I mean, sometimes we find a shortcut.
I mean, like, it wasn't really like that much of a shortcut because effectively, if you went to Camp Last Stand and asked people around for like locations and you like described those two settings, you would have found someone who was just like, "Oh, you mean the castle? What's the castle?" It's like, "Oh, the castle is a big old building." And a lot of the exposition I just gave you. So yeah, next session we'll pick up in the wild, and depending on how the journey in the wild goes, we'll see the castle. Ooh, the castle. On this map maker I have, do I have red stone? I never even looked. That's a good question. This is going to be a big map, by the way, because this is a big castle.
Ooh.
Do I? Oh, I don't think I have red stone.
This is our first real dungeon too.
Yeah, this is going to be your first like real door kicking dungeon. Yeah. Technically, that was meant to be the spider cave, but here we are. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have picked up on the context clues that you didn't intend for us to go here first. And,
no, it's fine. No, it's fine. You're good.
But I mean, I'm mainly concerned about level appropriateness, and but I think even if it is, if you had intended us to go here next, then if you had intended for us to go here after the spider caves, then we're only one level off, and it's not that big of a deal.
Technically, I expect you to go to the spider cave at level 3.
Oh, okay. So we just avoided that for a long time.
Yeah, you avoided it for a long time. Yeah. However, there's a plot reason for the spiders to get stronger, so there is that.
Okay.
So they will be at your level when you kind of go to them.
Yeah.
Or I guess
I appreciate that, because
if you finish the entire castle, that's actually like 1 or 2 levels worth of.
Got it.
So at that point, it will probably be a wash.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I appreciate you making tweaks for us going in things out of order, but because it's like, it's also, as much as it is a challenge for players to go against things that are way higher level than their current party, it's also such a slog when you end up in a thing that is like intended for level 3 and you're level 7. It's just like, that's not fun either. So
no, but like the spiders, they have a reason to get stronger over time,
right?
Because I figured when I designed that side quest, when I initially wrote it, I was just like, all right, what if they just skip this?
Yeah,
because I try to plan around that. I try to plan around like just what if they skip, and middle wilds are intended for level 5 to 6.
Okay, so we're there.
Yeah, you're there. Upper wilds are meant for like 4 to 5, and lower wilds are like 8 to 12.
Oh,
okay.
Depending on where you go.
Yeah.
5 though, so we should be okay. Okay.
Yeah, we're probably going to the strongest fights in the middle wilds, but we're in the zone, and as long as we find safe places to do long rests in between fights, I think we can be cautious and we can survive this. We just have to be alert about it and not make reckless choices.
Yeah, there's just like the important thing I do want to make sure to remind all of you of is that I don't have a problem against long rests in between fights. But if you're doing this inside the castle, there will be enemies wandering around, right? So things like, keeping watch will be really important. Finding like a closet to hide in or something like that. That's going to be important.
Yeah. Like a room with 1 or 2 exits that we can fortify.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So I'm just kind of giving you like a good thing to think about when you're kind of walking through this is that
I wouldn't expect anything less. That's how you rest in a dungeon. You have to either fortify the room or make sure you're on watch the entire time. So
Yep.
Well, and there's enough of us now too. Like that makes a really good rotation for watch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's just a thing to consider because this will be your first like true dungeon, right?
Yeah.
Because even like the spider cave, that was meant to be like a light dungeon where it's like you go through it, but you can go through it in a day if you just kind of if you just like really plow through it.
Okay.
And it might take you 2 days if you like kind of like rest after a fight. But this castle is intended to be a big one, so
I'm very much looking forward to it.
Definitely.
Surprisingly enough, planning for 10 days of rations was surprisingly enough.
Was a good bet.
Yep. But with that, I will say a good night to you all. I'm gonna go do some writing because now I got to write because for this castle I have some lore bits planned, but not a lot. So it's like I know the castle's origin, I know the residents, etc. But like in terms of like what's going to be in each room, that's going to be a lot of planning. So,
do you already have a map drawn?
Not really. I have like a general idea of the way the map's going to be shaped. What?
There's a really cool online tool, and I don't know if they updated it for 5th edition, but it draws random dungeon maps and populates them with monsters for you.
Are you talking about Donjon?
Yeah.
I kind of use that a little bit. So the way that I use that for like encounters to kind of give me some inspiration. It's like, all right, what do I want him to fight? What do I want this? What do I want for this, etc.
Yeah, it's really cool that it fills everything in, and then obviously you tweak stuff after it gives you, it's like starting with an outline, and then you're editing it rather than creating it all from scratch.
Yeah, but for the dungeon, that friend of mine who like really likes to make the maps, I plan on kind of like sitting down with him for like a little bit this week and kind of talking about like, hey, what are some cool ideas that we can come up with and stuff like that, etc. So
cool.
That's something we're going to be talking about. In fact, is he online? He is online. I'll go talk to him about that right now.
All right. Well, thank you again for this evening. I think we're poised for next time on our end. So very much looking forward to it.
All right. And I'll update your character sheet, Laura, and I'll send you like a couple of questions in regards to like, do you want this or this or this or this kind of thing?
And I think I've probably made a lot of those choices already, but like I say, they're probably.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. If you can link me your D&D Beyond character sheet, I can handle that.
I will send it to you. It would have my beginning stuff, but I kind of like halfway through to where we are now, I kind of realized that I was doing myself a disservice by flipping back and forth. So I've committed to roll 20. So it's only to level 2, but it should still have those like base choices.
Yeah, exactly. I just want the starting stuff, really.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yep.
And the other thing I just wanted to let you know, I am still working on the questionnaire that you sent out. I'm probably the last one, but
you are. Yeah.
I struggle with this stuff, so I'm trying to do it on my own.
Oh.
But I am working on it.
Well, if you ever need help with any of it, right? Feel free to just message me if you have like an idea, but you're not sure how well it'll sit. Because I know there's a lot of lore about the world that you guys are not aware of in regards to countries or different cultures and stuff like that. Yeah. So if you have an idea and you're just like, hey, Alan, is this kind of backstory okay, right? I can say, oh, yeah, no, that actually can fit inside this, this, and that. Or I could say, well, you might want to tweak it for this, this, and that purposes, right?
Yeah.
Also,
yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, she asked me, like, do you have a cat god? I'm like, technically, he's not a cat, but fuck it. I'll just make that god a female tabaxi. Whatever. Like, because the only thing I had written for that god was, like, just really basic surface level notes about their history. So I was just like, I can easily just rewrite this, just female tabaxi, and just cross off, like, male halfling. It's like, ha cat god!
My audio cut out again.
Oh.
I was gonna say, Laura, I would love to help you develop your character too. If you want some assistance, I can work with you on that. I like writing those kind of things.
Thanks, guys. Like I say, I think it's just because I'm so new to it. I'm excited to like get in there and do this stuff, but then when I have to try and create backwards, I find that's where I'm struggling. So, I appreciate that.
For your backstory, so the whole reason I gave that questionnaire, right? You don't have to answer every single question like really sufficiently, right?
Yeah.
That is mostly just to get you thinking about your character, right?
Mm-hmm.
So say even the question of who are your friends? I don't actually really need to know who your friends were, right? But that kind of just gets you thinking about what kind of people would Lena be friends with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like what kind of childhood did she have, right? She's a folk hero, right? Was she treated by her village and town and stuff like that for certain things, right? It's just like that survey was largely food for thought, not really this is definitive. If you put it down in here, it better be concrete.
No. And it was more so just for me to let you know that I am working on it. It is my intention to sort of get at least some of the questions answered for you. I just know it's been a while since you sent it out, so I didn't want you to be like, well, everybody but Laura wants to have fun. Because...
Oh no! I know very well that you want to play the game and have fun. I'm not sure if you're able to put it together, but Mina was written for Lena. As like an apprentice character for you, you know, someone who like kind of like hangs on your every word. She's also a fighter that uses a bow and arrow. Like makes sense. So that was like a little bit of thing I put in there for you. So
just a friend.
Yeah, a friend, you know.
A friend to help me.
Someone, you know, who knows, maybe one day instead of being a fangirl of the Cobra, she'll be a fangirl of Lena, the
whatever,
the whatever.
I was gonna say I really like the idea of the folk hero and having like the story of like what is the folk story that the commoners tell about you, and then what actually happened that wasn't that impressive, you know?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, that we did figure out early days, so.
Oh, okay.
I at least do have that.
Right. The only issue with folk hero is that it's hard to like lore wise justify it in the Underdark.
Well, I mean, it doesn't carry through, but you have that stature, right? Of like somebody who's been treated as a folk hero, you know?
Right. Yeah. Like there's some things that like I'm trying to work around. Like say for example, I know that Sonura is an archaeologist, right? Yeah. And it's like her character has a feature that allows her to instantly recognize the origin of some buildings. But due to lore reasons I can't explain right now, some of the buildings that are just here and some of the ruins, she cannot recognize. It is actually just impossible for her character to recognize. So I was like, all right, what can I put in here that her character might recognize? She gets some use out of it. Red Castle.
Yeah, you know, it's like my character has like lots of connections to people in the city and stuff because of his background, but none of that comes into play either. But I still play as someone who likes to build connections, and so that's sort of how that works out, you know.
Yeah, fun times all around. But yeah, when it comes to story stuff for your character, like I said, feel free to message me anytime. I'm a computer science and math nerd. I'm glued to my computer. So if you message me, I'll probably be here to answer any question that you might have.
Okay.
In regards to backstory, the best piece of advice I can give you is don't give your character like some super long adventurous thing, because the thing to remember about your character is that your character started this adventure at level 1, right? I had to tell someone in the other campaign, no, your character did not kill a lich at level 2. Just no, they didn't do that. I'm sorry. That's not the case, right? So just kind of keep in mind like the scale, right? As a level 1 fighter, you're still a skilled fighter, right? You can still act as like a soldier in battle and stuff like that or like as like a guard for a town or whatever. But you don't have like any like legendary achievements that are like continent known, you know?
Legendary 2 commoners, right? Killed a bear with your bare hands. Like that's achievable for a level 1 fighter.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, like you kill a bear with your bare hands, right? Yeah, like commoners are like, damn, did you hear she killed a bear with her bare hands? That's insane, right? Like that, like commoners love that, right? But you go to like some random city that's like 1,000 miles away, and it's like, oh, okay, cool, I guess.
Yeah. No, and that makes sense. That makes sense.
And even like part of like your stature for a folk hero is that you can invoke your feature by just talking about your accomplishments as a folk hero, right?
Oh yeah, bragging rights.
Yeah, so like let's say for example, just like it reminds me of back in my day, I fought off a bear with my bare hands that was attacking a farm, and people will be like, "Wow, that's badass."
Well, there's some synergy with that too. Like, I mean, even with the way we said our party got together in the first place, is that I sought you out, or you sought us out as to sort of assemble the party using your reputation as currency to put us together in the first place. And so we would all know at least the legend of your story, maybe not necessarily what actually happened, but down here, with me being kind of the face of the party when I initiate interaction with most NPCs, I could talk you up too. I could talk about the legend of Lena the Bear Slayer or whatever it is, and then you know what I mean. So.
Yeah. No, that's a good point too. I think I'm not. It's not that I'm overthinking it. I just kind of like sometimes have a hard time finding a good place to start. So
no, it's a creative writing project. It's not easy for everybody.
No.
Yeah, like coming up with character concepts is like pretty difficult if you're not like constantly in that headspace,
Yeah.
Like I have a lot of character sheets that are just ready to go of characters that are weird. My favorite weird character concept I've made is a centaur that's reflavored to be half moose instead of half horse. And she is a barbarian, right? And she's a beast form barbarian that specifically takes the form of what I like to call the spider moose.
Oh, spider moose, yeah.
Yep. So essentially what happens is that because part of a beast form barbarian is that you don't necessarily just get really mad, you kind of take like a werewolf kind of form, right? So my idea with this character, right, was that when she rages, she turns into this thing.
What? That.
Okay. Right.
That is a spider moose.
Gorgeous.
So like that's like when she rages, she like turns into like a spider moose, but like not as extreme as this. And she turns into the spider moose like kind of like Hulk, where it's like if she just gets really anxious. The nope. I pitched that to one of my friends. I was just like, "Hey, would you mind if I like just went with this?" And he said, "That's a great character concept. I love the history you put behind her and everything, but that is one of the most terrifying things that you've ever explained to me." It's just like because he's just like because I'm just some like you effectively said like like a shy meek centaur girl and then like I imagine in my head like okay like you typically imagine dryads, and then when she goes into a rage like her body contorts and like splits open to like form the spider moose, and he's like, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate all of it, but I like it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Very different. That's
if you
for
ever
sure.
need, yeah, but if you need like ideas and stuff like that or anything, just reach out. You can talk in the Vythan Underdark channel. If there's something you want to keep a secret from the rest of the party, like some that's like part of your backstory that you don't really want to share, you can just message that to me. Just because, as I said during session 1, it's like when your character said, "And I have a secret," I'm just like, "Oh yeah, what is that?"
I like it.
Yeah. So stuff like that is helpful to know. Yeah. So just oh, I love this picture too. Where'd you find this one? This one's so much cuter.
It's really nice.
I love this. Oh
I
my
just did a
god.
Google image search.
Oh, stop.
Apparently, Spider Moose has a lot of images on Google image search.
Well, I mean, the best image for Spider Moose is without a doubt. It's without a doubt this one. Oh, come on, Discord, turn it into a thumbnail. Come on. Discord, come on. You can do it. You can do it. Come on, Discord.
Oh my.
No, that's not a direct link to the image. It won't turn it into it.
That should be a direct link to the image. Hold on. Now I'm determined.
Very cute.
Yeah. But if you click on it, you'll see it, and I love it. I remember I saw that. But it's the motivation for Spider Moose because, fun fact, I'm a Shadowrun player. I really like Shadowrun a lot. Too bad no one wants to play it. So, because Catalyst Games Lab, the publishers for it, just took that game and said, "Hey, what if we just take this and just throw it in the dumpster?" Oh, look, we got 6th edition. Sweet. That's cool. It's not cool. It's really not. Makes me sad. But in one of the supplement books, which is like a monster manual, I just saw the words Spider Moose. And I was just like, I love this. I adore this. I want more Spider Moose. So in every setting I have ever DM'd, spoiler alert, the Spider Moose exists somewhere in your world.
Creature native to the Underdark.
What if it's
It is not in the Underdark. Don't spoil it for the Cohen's Legacy chat, but it's for them.
let's say, Spider Moose? There's actually only one Spider Moose, and he's a multidimensional being that exists in all worlds at all times. He's like the Tarask.
Specifically my worlds.
Spider Moose is really just a reskinned Tarask in your world.
No, it's actually beatable because I plan to have like swarms and hordes of them and stuff like that.
Tarask is technically beatable too. You just have to be level 35.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah. One of my friends once said, and I feel like he put it best. He said, "If your party beat a Tarask, you weren't taking it seriously as a DM."
No, I know. It's
that and a beholder, because I don't care what people say about the level for a beholder. Beholders are tough.
Oh no, they are brutal. They are boss fights, and they are only boss fights. There's no way you should fight like multiple beholders at the same time. That's like unwinnable.
Yeah, beholders are strong, but they're like.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man, I can't wait for y'all to meet the executioner. That's gonna be sick. There are so many things that I have like written in like both campaigns. I'm just like, God, I can't wait to show you guys this. Oh man, I can't wait to show you.
Oh.
Including in the Cohen's Legacy, right? Because I'm a big fan of like actions have consequences, right? So one of the players was just absurdly nice to this random deckhand on a ship. Like, really nice to him. He was just, like, talking to him, had a really long conversation about him. He's like, you know what? I have this extra crossbow. Why don't you take this? And he's like, what, really? Yeah, for self-defense. I got an extra one. I don't use it. I'm a sorcerer, after all. It's like, wow, thanks, mister. And it's just like, you know what? Let me show you how to use it, right? And this guy, like, and he had his character, like, sit down and just be, like, a mentor character for him. And I'm just like, he 100% is coming back. he's gonna go to like a school for adventurers, become like really proficient with crossbows, and like come back like 20 sessions from now and like save their ass or something like that.
Nice.
Done. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks. I gotta head out.
Well, thank everybody for joining me. I really appreciate, everybody joining me for the fun. Because, even though you guys have fun, the big reason I play D&D is because I have fun too, and I can't DM without players, so...
Seriously.
Yeah.
Well, have a good night, and I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving.
Oh, I had a lovely Thanksgiving. I didn't see my aunt. That's always a plus.
And I hope that you get your test results back soon and are negative. Let us know when you hear for sure.
I'm sure. I'm sure we'll be fine. Because my family, we're pretty sure we got it back in March. We think.
Oh.
But back in March is when they had nothing for tests, right?
Yeah.
So we couldn't really make sure. But there was a week where everybody in my house got extremely sick, and it was awful.
Oh,
Well.
Yeah, and we were just like, oh, was that it? Are we good? Are we fine?
They don't know if it doesn't nobody's proven you can't be reinfected either though, so that's what
right exactly.
There's a lot of unknowns still.
Yeah, and there have been cases where people have got it once and then they get it again. Yeah. I'm not sure if y'all actually read into the Pfizer vaccine, but the way it's developed is actually fascinating, right? I think one of you told me about this. I'm not sure. I remember someone told me about this.
Well,
right?
I won't talk about it here, but it's there's a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah, about how it doesn't target the vaccine, or not the vaccine. It doesn't target the disease like normal vaccines. It targets the proteins that allow the disease to bind to your cells.
Mm.
That's how most immune system vaccines work, right?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of immune system vaccines, they introduce a small dose of the virus, right, or of the disease to kind of build up.
It's introducing just the protein combination to train your body to react to it.
Right, exactly. So this is a lot more in depth, and this also is more resistant to change within the virus itself.
Yeah.
If the virus mutates, then this vaccine should be more resistant to it.
Yeah.
I was looking into it, and I was just like, "That's sick. That's awesome."
Yeah.
I hope that works out. That'd be really cool.
Right. Bye, everybody.
Right. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good week, guys. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right, see you in 2 weeks for the Red Castle or the Blood Castle. Dun, 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 dun.